Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The foyer of the Barrett house was wrong. It was a detail so subtle, it lived in the periphery of vision, a nagging sense of unease that arrived before any conscious thought. The space was a perfect rectangle of dove-gray walls and polished oak, but the proportions had shifted. It felt too long, somehow, as if the far wall, the one with the discreet arch leading to the living room, had been quietly pushed back an extra foot during the night. It wasn't the dimensions, of course. A tape measure would confirm the same 20 by 14 it had always been. It was the absence that did it. The Chinese porcelain umbrella stand, a wedding gift from Kylie's parents, was gone. Its removal left a pale, dustless circle on the floorboards, and without that dark vertical anchor, the hallway stretched into a shallow, meaningless tunnel. It was the first clue, though no one would call it that for days. It was simply the first thing that felt off. Kylie Barrett vanished on a Tuesday, a day of soft, persistent rain that left the manicured lawns of their Crestwood Heights neighborhood glistening under a bruised sky. Barrett reported it that evening, his voice a careful monotone on the 911 call. She hadn't returned from her morning Pilates class. Her car, a silver Audi, was not in the garage. Her phone went straight to voicemail. The officer who took the report noted the husband's calm, which he underlined twice in his notebook. By Wednesday, the silver Audi was found parked at a scenic overlook 20 miles north, a place where tourists stopped to photograph the river valley. The driver's side door was unlocked. Inside, the vehicle was immaculate, smelling of lemon-scented cleaner and the faint, ghostly trace of Kylie's perfume, fracas, a scent of tuberose and defiance. Her purse was on the passenger seat, her wallet inside, credit cards and $47 in cash untouched. Her phone was gone. There were no signs of struggle, only a single perfect smudge on the inside of the windshield, as if someone had leaned their forehead against the glass and stared out at the gray expanse for a very long time. The media arrived on Thursday. They camped at the end of the cul-de-sac, a murmuring hive of satellite trucks and raincoated reporters. The story was perfect. Kylie Barrett, 34, striking, a former gallery manager with a sharp, celebrated eye, married for 7 years to Barrett, 38, a mid-level architectural draftsman whose quiet demeanor now read as sinister. The contrast was a narrative gift. She was vibrancy and light. He was shadow and stillness. The camera loved her missing smile, her artfully messy blonde hair in the photos provided by the family. The camera studied Barrett's face, finding guilt in the way he blinked, in the slight tremor of his hand as he adjusted his glasses. The police, led by Detective Vargas, a woman with the weary eyes of a historian, began their careful dissection. The forensic team moved through the Barrett home like librarians in a rare books collection. They noted the unsettling cleanliness, the absence of personal clutter. In the master bedroom, Vargas stood for a full minute before the walk-in closet. Kylie's side was a curated explosion of color and texture. Silks, wools, shoes lined with military precision. Barrett's side was a sparse row of neutral tones, shirts and slacks hanging with a defeated air. The closet was a portrait of the marriage, and everyone who saw it drew the same conclusion. Barrett's sister, Irene, arrived from 2 states over. She was a solid, practical woman with Barrett's same soft mouth, but none of his hesitancy. She moved into the guest room, made tea, and acted as a buffer against the silent house and the shouting world beyond its doors. "They want a story," she told him, her voice low in the too-long foyer. "They don't want her. They want the story." The story deepened. Colleagues, carefully anonymized, spoke of Kylie's spark, her demanding excellence. Friends, their faces pixelated, hinted at Barrett's quiet resentment, his inability to keep up with her. A former nanny, from before the marriage, gave an interview describing Kylie's childhood as a performance for her parents, Gerald and Elk. They were a formidable pair. Gerald, a retired cardiologist, and Eleanor the chair of several charitable boards. They held a press conference on the steps of their Georgian revival home, their grief as elegant and impenetrable as cut glass. "Our daughter was a force of nature," Gerald said, his voice not wavering. "We will not rest until we have answers." His eyes, when they flicked toward the camera, seemed to be looking directly at his son-in-law. Barrett, under Vargas's patient questioning, began to unravel. He admitted to arguments. He admitted to feeling inadequate. He admitted that Kylie had spoken of needing space, of feeling suffocated. He did not admit to harming her. He could not account for the 2 hours between when he said he left for work and when his first meeting began. The security camera at his office building was, conveniently, under maintenance that morning. The public verdict was swift and merciless. Online forums dissected his body language. Talk show hosts pontificated on the banality of evil in suburban marriages. A hashtag, Justice for Keeley, trended. Barrett, guided by a weary lawyer, stopped looking at the news. He sat in his living room, a room decorated entirely by Kylie in shades of cream and charcoal, and felt the walls perform their subtle, impossible shift. The room was too wide. The windows were too low. The world had become a poorly constructed set. Irene was his only tether. She brought him food he didn't eat, made him shower, answered the phone. One night, she found him staring at a family photo from a vacation in Maine. Kylie was laughing, head thrown back, while Barrett looked at her with an expression that could be read as adoration or profound exhaustion. What was it like?" Irene asked, not looking at the photo but at the dust on the frame. "Really like." Barrett's voice was a dry leaf rustle. It was like living inside a diamond, beautiful, sharp, and you could see everything outside, but you could never get out. And the light would cut you in certain ways. Vargas, meanwhile, pursued the clinical facts. She obtained Kylie's financial records. There were no unusual withdrawals, no secret accounts. But there was a pattern. Small, regular donations to an animal shelter, a monthly subscription to a literary journal, a payment for a storage unit. The storage unit, a 10 by 10 climate-controlled space on the outskirts of the city, was rented under an alias, but paid for with a credit card in Kylie's name. The unit contained no body, no bloody weapon. It contained a life. Dozens of notebooks filled with precise, angry handwriting. Sketches of faces, some recognizably Barrett's, but distorted. Books on psychology, toxicology, forensic countermeasures. A file of newspaper clippings about missing persons cases, particularly those where the husband was suspected and later exonerated. And a single, sealed envelope addressed to the finder. Inside was a key and a slip of paper with GPS coordinates. Vargas drove to the coordinates alone, under a sky the color of old ash. They led to a patch of state forest, a place of dense pine and loamy earth. Following a second set of instructions from the envelope, she used the key to open a small waterproof lockbox buried beneath a specific blazed tree. Inside was a USB drive. On the drive were video files. They showed Kylie, alone in what appeared to be a cabin. She spoke directly to the camera, her face calm, her fracas perfume almost palpable through the screen. "If you are watching this," she said, "then the performance has reached its final act. Barrett is not a murderer. He is a set piece. I have spent 7 years building a prison for him. A beautiful, acceptable prison. But the final test, the final art, is to build a prison you walk out of." She detailed it all. The deliberate arguments staged for thin walls. The planted whispers with friends. Careful cultivation of her own public image against his private dullness. The removal of the umbrella stand to create that first subliminal unease. The car left at the overlook, the smudge on the windshield from her own forehead, as she laughed at the simplicity of it. She had studied, she explained, the architecture of suspicion. She had learned that guilt is not a fact, but a perspective. A trick of proportions. "I am not running to something," she said, her smile serene and chilling. "I'm simply erasing myself from a canvas I never liked. Let them blame him. It's the role he was born for." Vargas sat in her car, the forest gloom pressing in. She had proof of innocence that was also proof of a profound premeditated cruelty. To release it would exonerate Barrett, but expose a horror that would shatter him in a different way. It would reveal his entire life as a fiction, his grief a public spectacle and a play written by his wife. The media would feast on it, and he would never be free. She went to see Barrett. Irene let her in. The house still felt wrong. Vargas told him they had found evidence suggesting Kylie might have staged her own disappearance. She washed his face. The hope that flickered was pathetic. Then it was drowned by a dawning, tectonic horror. He understood. He saw the design. The prison was not the suspicion of murder. It was the revelation of his own insignificance. The exposure of his life as a mere prop in Kylie's masterpiece of manipulation. "Where is she?" he whispered. "We don't know," Vargas said, and it was the truth. The trail ended at the cabin, which was rented under another alias and now empty. Kylie had funds, passports, a new identity crafted with the same meticulous care she applied to everything. She was a ghost who had meticulously arranged her own haunting. The official investigation stagnated. Without a body, without evidence of a crime, the case grew cold. The media, deprived of a satisfying ending, slowly drifted away to fresher tragedies. Barrett was not charged. He was simply left in the wreckage of the narrative. A year later, the house in Crestwood Heights sold. Barrett moved to a small town near Irene, taking a job remote and anonymous. The public forgot him, though a Google search of his name would forever link him to suspicion. One autumn afternoon, Vargas, unable to let the file close in her mind, visited the scenic overlook where the Audi had been found. The wind had a new bite, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. She looked out at the river, a wide pewter ribbon under the flat light. The crime, if there was one, had been erased by nature and time, absorbed into the landscape. Only traces remained. A certain way the light fell through the pines could make her think of that too-long foyer. The smell of tuberose on a passing stranger would cause her heart to clench. And sometimes, in the quiet of her own home, she would look at a perfectly ordinary room and feel, just for a second, that the proportions were off, that a vital anchor had been removed, leaving the world subtly, terrifyingly adrift. She knew then that Kylie had succeeded. The mystery was never about a disappearance. It was about the space left behind, a hollowed-out shape that could never be filled, a sentence served not in a cell, but in the quiet, endless adjustment to a world forever out of true. The new owners of the Crestwood house painted the foyer a cheerful yellow. They put a large, gaudy potted plant where the umbrella stand had been. The sense of wrongness was gone, buried under a new family's noise and clutter. Barrett heard this from a neighbor once, in a stilted conversation. he quickly ended. He did not need to know. The architecture of that house was etched into his bones, a blueprint of a self that was not his own. His new life was small, and he kept it that way. He worked his remote job, ate meals with Irene twice a week, and took long, directionless walks. He avoided mirrors, not from grief, but from a fear of seeing the expression Kylie had designed for him, the hapless, resentful husband, still lingering on his face. He was free, according to the law. Imsh. But freedom, he discovered, was just another empty room whose dimensions he did not trust. Vargas kept the USB drive in a locked drawer in her desk. It was not evidence in any open case, but she could not bring herself to destroy it. It was a fossil of a unique and terrible species of crime. She would take it out sometimes, hold its cold plastic weight in her hand. She had shown its contents to no one, not even her captain. The official file stated that Kylie Barrett was a missing person, likely the victim of an undetermined misadventure. To reveal the truth would be to unmake Barrett a second time, and Vargas had seen enough of that woman's art. Then, on a Tuesday, exactly 18 months after the disappearance, a postcard arrived at the precinct, addressed to Vargas in a familiar, precise hand. The picture was of a rocky coastline somewhere cold and northern, all gray sea and stoic cliffs. There was no message, only a date written on the back. 1 week from then, and a time, 3 p.m., and an address in the city for a private viewing room at the Viridian Gallery. Vargas sat with the postcard for an hour. She knew it was an invitation, a curtain call. She also knew it was a trap, but not one meant for her. She drove to Barrett's new town. She found him in the community garden, kneeling in the dirt, methodically weeding a plot of bare winter earth. He looked up, saw her face, and the fragile piece he had built seemed to crack like thin ice. "She's contacted you," he said. It wasn't a question. Vargas showed him the postcard. He took it with soil-stained fingers, his hands perfectly steady. He studied the cliffs, the date, as if they were blueprints. "You're going," he said. "I have to." "And you're telling me?" "I think she expects me to." He handed the postcard back. "What do you want me to do?" "I don't know," Vargas said honestly. "But you deserve to know what's happening. She's not done." "Nah." Barrett looked at the dark earth beneath his knees. "She never will be. As long as someone is watching, she's performing." He stood up, brushing the dirt from his pants. "I won't go. That's what she wants. An audience. A reaction. I am not a character in her story anymore." But on the appointed day, at 2:55 p.m., Vargas saw him. He was across the street from the Viridian Gallery, a silhouette in the shadow of a doorway, wearing a coat she did not recognize. He was looking not at the gallery entrance, but at the windows of the private viewing room on the second floor. Vargas went in alone. The gallery was hushed, showing a collection of stark minimalist sculptures. A discreet attendant led her upstairs to a small white room. On a single monitor on a plain pedestal, a video was already playing. Kylie was older, or perhaps just harder. Her hair was darker, cut sharply. She sat in a modern, unfamiliar room. "Detective Vargas," she began, as if resuming a conversation. "You have the drive. You've kept my secret. I appreciate that." It showed a respect for the work. She smiled, a thin, professional curve of the lips. "Barrett is innocent. You know that. The world does not. That tension, that space between truth and perception, that is the lasting piece. But every piece needs a signature." She leaned forward slightly. The storage unit, the lockbox, the cabin. They were all obvious. A trail for a competent detective. This is not. I am telling you now because it is complete that there is another layer. A series of letters, documents, planted evidence that will slowly, over the next 20 years, emerge. A trusted lawyer has instructions. An obscure academic journal will receive an essay. A forgotten safe deposit box will be opened. Each will point inexorably to Barrett's hidden guilt, and each will be provably false, a fabrication of mine. He will be exonerated again and again, only to be suspected again and again. The cycle will be the artwork. His life will be a permanent study in doubt. On screen, Kylie's eyes were bright with a clean, intellectual fervor. You can try to stop it, but you won't find all the pieces. I designed it to be discovered, not prevented. You can tell him, of course. You can give him this preview of his future. That is your choice. Thank you for your part in the exhibition. The screen went black. Vargas felt cold. This was the true masterpiece. Not the initial frame-up, but the perpetual motion machine of suspicion she had built. A life sentence of intermittent, orchestrated torment. She walked out of the gallery. The autumn light was weak and golden. She looked across the street. The doorway was empty. Barrett was gone. She never told him. She destroyed the postcard. She kept the secret, as Kylie knew she would, because telling him would be part of the performance, a delivery of the first cruel clue. The only way to deny Kylie, Vargas understood, was to let the silence be the answer. Sometimes, on his walks, Barrett would feel a prickling on the back of his neck, a sense of being catalogued. He would receive a wrong number call with only breathing on the line. A copy of a literary journal he never subscribed to would appear in his mailbox. He would throw it away, unopened. He learned to live with the quiet, the empty spaces, and the occasional inexplicable chill. He tended his garden. He grew vegetables in straight, honest rows. And when the feeling of being watched became too strong, he would simply go inside and sit in a room whose dimensions he had measured himself, and wait for the feeling to pass. The vegetables were a solace. Their needs were simple and true. Water, sun, weeding. They did not judge or design. The first harvest of lettuces was crisp and bitter. He ate them alone at his small table. The taste clean and real in a way few things were. Irene knew something had shifted after Vargas's visit, but she did not press. She saw the new vigilance in his eyes, the way he checked his mailbox with a grimace, the way he sometimes froze mid-bite at dinner, listening to a sound she could not hear. She started a ritual of her own. Every Sunday, she would bring over a homemade pie, something substantial and sweet. They would eat it without talking about the past, discussing instead the weather, her job, the minor dramas of their small town. It was a deliberate construction of normalcy, and they both understood its purpose. Vargas, back in the city, found herself auditing cold cases with a new, grim perspective. She looked for the brushstrokes of a designer, the too-perfect narrative, the victim who might have been a co-author of their own tragedy. She found none as complete as Kylie's work, but she saw echoes. The husband, too, quickly blamed. A suicide note that felt like a performance. The work spoiled her. It made her doubt the simple stories. The first letter arrived at Barrett's remote workplace 8 months after the gallery. It was forwarded from his old address, a delay that felt intentional. It was typed on heavy cream-colored paper with no return address. It quoted a line from a poem about guilt being a shadow that outlasts the body. It was signed, cryptically, an admirer of truth. His HR manager, a kindly woman unaware of his history, handed it to him with a smile. "Looks important," she said. Barrett read it in the sterile break room. His hands did not shake. He felt a strange, hollow calm. This was it. The first move. Kylie had promised a long game, and she was a woman of her word. He took a picture of the letter with his phone, then fed it slowly into the shredder beside the copier. The whirring teeth consumed the expensive paper. He did not tell Vargas. To tell her would be to engage, to acknowledge the game was on. He chose instead the silence. But the silence was not passive. He began his own counter-construction. He started a journal, but not of his feelings. It was a log of facts, dates, times, descriptions of any anomaly. The wrong number call, the journal in the mail, the letter. He noted the weather, his own location, the postmarks. It was a dry, forensic record. He was building his own case, not for a prosecutor, but for himself. A testament to the pattern, so he would never mistake it for paranoia. He also began to volunteer at the local animal shelter. It was the one charity Kylie had genuinely supported, the small, regular donations in her records. He did not do it to feel closer to her. He did it to reclaim something, to insert his own presence into a corner of her narrative. He cleaned cages, walked dogs. The animals were indifferent to his past. They offered a simple, bodily affection. He found he could breathe more easily there, surrounded by the uncomplicated noise of barking. One afternoon, walking a nervous terrier mix, he saw a woman watching him from a car across the street. She had dark, sharp-cut hair. His heart seized. But as he stared, the woman turned, and the profile was wrong. The nose too broad. It was a stranger. The terrier tugged at the leash, impatient. Barrett moved on, but the moment lingered. The terror had been immediate, visceral. But beneath it, to his own surprise, was something else. A flicker of anger. Not the confused, impotent anger of before, but a clear, cold point of it. She was trying to haunt him, and he was tired of being a ghost in her machine. That night, he opened his journal. Under the day's entry, he did not write about the fear. He wrote, saw a stranger, felt afraid, then felt angry. The anger is mine. It was a small declaration of ownership. Vargas, through a source at the Postal Service, learned of the letter to Barrett's office. She had asked to be alerted to any anonymous mail sent to him. She debated driving out to see him again, but she held back. He had not contacted her. His silence was a message. He was choosing his own way through the maze. She respected it, though it left her with a helpless feeling. She was a detective with proof of a crime that was ongoing, yet had no jurisdiction over the psychological shrapnel embedded in a man's life. The next piece emerged not for Barrett, but for the world. An online true crime forum, one that had obsessed over Kylie's case, received a scanned document from a new, untraceable account. It appeared to be a page from a therapist's notes, dated a year before the disappearance. The patient, initials KB, spoke of fearing for her life and my husband's quiet rages. The handwriting was a close approximation of Kylie's. The forum erupted. The old hashtag was revived. Journalists, ever hungry, called Barrett's lawyer for comment. Barrett saw the news on a public library computer. He felt the walls of his small, quiet life tremble. This was bigger than a letter. This was the cycle beginning, just as she had promised. Exoneration, then new doubt. He closed the browser, left the library, and walked straight to Irene's house. He told her everything. The Vargas visit, the postcard, the gallery, the letter, and now this. He spoke in a flat, steady voice, showing her the pictures on his phone, the log in his journal. Irene listened, her face growing pale and hard. When he finished, she poured them both a large measure of whiskey. "She's a monster," Irene said, the words solid and final in the cozy kitchen. "She's an artist," Barrett corrected, the old defense automatic. Then he caught himself. "No, you're right, she's a monster. What do? We live," he said, and the simplicity of it struck him. "We live, and we ignore it. The lawyer will issue a denial. It will blow over. Then in a year or 5, something else will pop up. And we will deny it again. And we will keep living. Irene studied him. You're different. I'm tired, he said. But I'm not lost. She has a plan. I can't stop the plan. But I don't have to act my part. The therapist's note was quickly debunked by a forensic document examiner. Vargas quietly consulted. The paper was wrong. The ink was wrong. The story died down, but a residue remained. A whisper. A footnote. There was that strange document, remember? Vargas knew this was the intended effect. The residue was the medium. The doubt was the pigment. Kylie was painting with time and memory. Barrett returned to his garden. The winter squash were coming in, heavy and orange. He cut one from the vine, felt its solid weight. It was a fact. He took it inside, roasted it, ate it. It was sweet. These were the things he could trust. The way of a squash. The taste of food. The loyalty of his sister. The simple exhaustion of a dog after a long walk. He built his life from these materials, brick by humble brick, in the shadow of the magnificent, terrible prison his wife had built for him. He would never be entirely free of its silhouette, but he was learning to live beside it. The following spring, a book appeared on the shelves of a few avant-garde art bookstores in major cities. It was a slim, beautifully produced volume titled Absence as Architecture. Notes on a long-term piece. The author was listed as K.L. Blythe. Inside, using abstract language and clinical diagrams, it outlined the theoretical framework for an ongoing artistic project exploring the societal and psychological construction of guilt. No names were given, but the details were unmistakable to anyone who knew the Barrett case. A copy was mailed to the precinct, addressed to Vargas. This time, there was no postcard, no direct communication, only the book, a tangible proof of Kylie's continued curation from the shadows. Vargas placed it in the drawer with the USB drive. The weight of the evidence was growing, yet it remained useless. She felt complicit, a custodian of a dark museum. Barrett learned of the book from a Google alert he had never been able to bring himself to disable. He read a review in a niche online magazine that praised its chilling brilliance and radical interrogation of the justice narrative. He felt nothing. Or rather, he felt a distant, academic sort of disgust, as if reading about a historical atrocity. The anger had settled into a cold, permanent stone in his gut. It was no longer a spike of emotion, but a part of his foundation. He took a new step. He began seeing a therapist, a pragmatic older man named Dr. Rosen. He did not go to heal from grief. He stated his goal clearly at the first session. I'm the subject of a prolonged psychological artwork designed to induce perpetual doubt about my character. I need tools to maintain my sanity and my sense of reality. Dr. Rosen, to his credit, did not flinch. He accepted the premise and became Barrett's ally in forensic self-defense. Irene, armed with Barrett's journal and his calm determination, became his public shield. When a podcast briefly revived the story, citing the mysterious book, she wrote a blistering email to the host, not defending Barrett's innocence, which she treated as a given, but attacking the exploitation of their family's pain for intellectual entertainment. She copied the email to Barrett. It ended with, "You are not discussing a mystery. You are participating in a performance. Shame on you for buying a ticket." The shock was not in the message, but in the confirmation of her enduring presence. She had planted this book here. She had to have. It was too perfect, too targeted. He felt the old chill, but it was muted now, familiar. He closed the book. He had a choice. He could take it home, obsess over the ink, the date, the meaning, or he could let it go. He carried the book to the dumpster behind the shelter. He threw it in, atop a bag of soiled bedding. He watched the rain darken the cover. Then he went back inside, washed his hands, and made a pot of coffee. The dog nuzzled his leg. He scratched its broad head. "Just another piece of clutter, boy," he said softly. That night he made an entry in his journal, now a shelf of bound notebooks. Found planted book, disposed of it, felt nothing. Then, after a moment's pause, he added a single new sentence. "The work continues, but the audience has left." He wasn't sure if he meant Kylie had lost her audience, or if he himself had finally stepped out of the role of spectator to his own life. The difference, he decided, no longer mattered. The garden was waiting for spring planting, and the rose this year would be straight and true. The coffee was still warm in his mug when the doorbell rang. The dog, usually a low rumbler, remained silent, looking curiously toward the front door. Barrett felt a twist of unease. It was too late for Irene, and no one else visited unannounced. He moved to the window, peering through the blinds. A woman stood on his porch, her coat collar turned up against the drizzle. She was young, early 30s perhaps, with an earnest, sharp face. She held a notebook against her chest like a shield. A journalist. It had been years since one had come to the door. He considered not answering, but silence had been his strategy, and silence now felt like hiding. He opened the door, the mastiff appearing at his side, a solid, quiet presence. "Mr. Barrett." Her voice was quick, professional. "I'm sorry to disturb you. My name is Chloe West. I'm a freelance writer working on a long-form piece about lasting narratives in the digital age." She was choosing her words carefully, avoiding the obvious triggers. "About my wife," he said flatly. She had the decency to look uncomfortable. "In part. The piece is broader about how stories get cemented and how they can be artificially sustained. I've been researching the K.L. Blythe book, the forum posts, the odd artifacts. I've spoken to Detective Vargas." This caught him off guard. Vargas had never spoken to the press. And she confirmed nothing, of course, but she listened. "I think she's weary of it." Chloe West met his gaze. "I'm not here to rehash the past, Mr. Barrett. I'm here because I think I found a pattern in the releases. The book, the short story, the planted items, there's a cadence to them and a geographic spread. I think I might be able to predict the next one." Barrett stared at her. The rain pattered on the roof. This was new. An outsider seeing the machinery, not as art, but as a pattern to be solved. A part of him, the old, coldly analytical part that had learned from his enemy, was intrigued. The larger part was exhausted. "Why?" he asked. "Because it's wrong," she said simply. "It's a crime in progress, even if the law can't touch it. If the pattern is predictable, it can be exposed preemptively. The power's in the surprise, isn't it? In the doubt blooming fresh each time. What if it doesn't bloom? What if someone announces the trick before the curtain goes up?" He understood then. She wanted to fight Kylie on her own terms, not with the blunt tools of the law, but with the scalpel of analysis. She wanted to become a critic of the performance in real time. "It won't stop her," he said. "She'll just adapt. The work will evolve." "Maybe," Chloe conceded. "But it changes the dynamic. It inserts a new voice. Your voice, if you want it." He thought of the book in the dumpster, darkening in the rain. He thought of the quiet victory of feeling nothing. To engage was a risk. It was giving the audience Kylie craved. But this woman was offering a different stage, a different script. "I have journals," he heard himself say. The words felt foreign. Detailed records of everything. Dates, times, descriptions. Chloe West's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected this. That would be an invaluable primary source. "Not for your article. he said. "For you, to help you see the pattern. But you don't quote from them. You don't use my name unless it's already public. You write about the mechanism, not the man. You write about the artist and her methods. You turn the lens back on her." A slow nod. "I can do that." He let her in. The dog sniffed her politely and then returned to its bed. Barrett put the kettle on. As he pulled the first journal from the shelf, he felt a strange lightness. He was not handing over his pain. He was handing over data. He was converting the haunting into evidence for a different kind of case. When she left an hour later with careful notes and a promise of discretion, Barrett stood at the door again. The rain had stopped, leaving the night air clean and cold. He felt a flicker of something that wasn't anger, or fear, or resignation. It was the faint, tentative spark of agency. Kylie's masterpiece relied on his passive endurance. By arming this rider with the blueprint of his torment, he was not breaking the machine. He was simply installing a new, uninvited observer in the gallery, one with a notebook and a voice of her own. The silence was finally over. He had chosen to speak, but on his own terms. The garden slept under the dark sky, its rose waiting. Story 2. The memory surfaced not as a memory should, not as a coherent scene from the past, but as a single, sharp, and utterly foreign detail. Channing was sitting in his 10th grade biology class, the air thick with the formaldehyde scent of preserved frogs, when he saw it. Not in the room. In his mind. A specific, impossible thing. The inner shadow detail of a car's wheel, well viewed from the ground in the rain. The dark arch of metal, the glint of a rusty bolt head sheened with oil and water, the crumbly black texture of dried road salt, and nestled within that shadow, against the curve, something pale and slender that was not a part of the car. A finger. A woman's finger, hand loose, a silver ring with a small, dark stone. He blinked, and the frog on his tray stared back with milky, accusatory eyes. The teacher's voice droned on about lymphatic systems, a distant buzz. Channing's own hands were cold. He knew, with a certainty that bypassed thought, that this was not his imagination. It was a piece of knowledge he wasn't meant to possess. It was a secret, buried in the wet dark of a forgotten night. He had seen it. He had been there. That was Tuesday. On Thursday, Arthur Vale, a lawyer known in their Rust Belt city for clients who wore expensive suits and never seemed to go to trial, was found in the trunk of his own silver Mercedes, missing the pinky finger on his left hand. The news showed a grainy picture of the car being towed, and Channing didn't need to see the wheel well. He knew. The pale finger, the silver ring. The connection clicked into place with a soundless, terrifying finality. He had been riding his bike home from the library, taking the shortcut through the old industrial park along the river. It had been raining. He'd heard the raised voices, seen the silhouettes against a warehouse security light. He'd hidden, heart hammering against his ribs. He saw the struggle, the brief flash of a blade, the heavy shape being lifted. He saw the man, the one who did the lifting, pause and crouch by the car's rear wheel. He was doing something, fixing something, or checking something. Channing had pedaled away then, the rain washing the fear into a general, shapeless dread he'd almost convinced himself was a dream, until the detail surfaced. The finger in the shadow. He told no one, not even his mother, Katie, who worked double shifts at the diner, and whose eyes already held a permanent worry he didn't want to deepen. He became a careful archivist of his own fear. He noticed the new dark sedan that sometimes idled 2 blocks down from their apartment building. He noted the men in cheap sport coats who asked vague questions at the diner, showing a badge too quickly to be truly seen. The air in their small apartment grew thick with unspoken threats. The phone would ring, and when answered, there would be only the hollow sound of an open line. A distant breath. The break came on a Sunday. His mother was at work. The knock on the door was not a friendly rap. It was a series of precise, authoritative thuds. Channing looked through the peephole and saw two men. One was federal, clean-cut, with a face like a closed door. The other was something else. He wore a leather jacket, had knuckles that looked like they'd been reshaped by concrete, and his eyes scanned the hallway with a flat, professional emptiness. The mafia and the authorities, arriving together. A cold collaboration. Channing backed away from the door, his breath caught in his throat. The thudding turned to a splintering crash as the door jamb gave way. He ran out the fire escape, down the rusted ladder, into the maze of back alleys he knew from childhood. They followed. The federal man shouting his name, the other moving with silent, predatory speed. Channing ran until his lungs burned, until he found himself outside a modest brick building with a polished brass plaque. Haven Law Associates. He didn't choose her. Desperation chose for him. He stumbled through the glass door, breathless, bleeding from a scrape on his palm from the fire escape. The woman at the desk looked up. She was in her late 30s, with a calm, observant face and hair the color of winter wheat pulled into a severe knot. Her eyes, a steady gray, took him in. The terror, the flight, the boy on the edge of shattering. She didn't ask what was wrong. She said, "Lock the door behind you, then come sit down." Her name was Heaven. She listened as he spilled the story in fractured pieces. The memory, the detail, the rain, the ring, the men at the door. She didn't flinch. She took notes on a yellow legal pad, her handwriting a neat, sloping script. When he finished, she put down her pen. "They will try to use you," she said, her voice low and even. "The government will want to put you in a room and pull the memory apart until they have enough to make a case. And then they will discard you. The others, Austin Vargas people, they will simply want the memory erased. You are not a person to either side. You are a piece of evidence. My job is to remind them you are a bull." Heaven became his fortress. She moved him and his mother from the apartment to a safe house, a bland furnished condo that smelled of stale air and disinfectant. She filed motions, made calls, erected a wall of legal procedure, but the threats were a fluid, seeping poison. The federal agent, a man named Crowley, was relentless. He would appear, smiling without warmth, offering protective custody that sounded like a prison sentence. "Just come talk to us, Channing. Help us clean up this city." The other side communicated in different ways. A dead rat on the condo's doorstep. A photograph of Katie leaving the diner slipped under the door. The message was clear. Silence, or the silence would be made permanent. Austin Varga was a rumor given form, a name in the newspaper business section, a face at charity gala starts. He owned waste management companies, nightclubs, construction firms. He was the city's dark twin, its smooth, polished ID. He feared Channing's memory not for the murder of Arthur Vale. That was a mere piece of business. But for the secret the murder contained. Vale had been Varga's lawyer, his fixer, his confessor. What had Vale known? What had he written down? What had Channing, in seeing that finger being removed, a specific, brutal act of retrieval, unwittingly seen the key to? The hunt was not for a witness to a murder, but for a witness to a secret's burial. Heaven's strategy was a monotonous, ritualistic dance of law. Daily briefings in the sterile condo. The same questions asked in different ways, pulling at the threads of Channing's memory. The sound of the rain, the pattern of the security light through the downpour, the make of the car, the number of men, the shape of the ring. Over and over. It became a liturgy of suspicion. Channing would close his eyes and be back in the wet dark, The world reduced to the hiss of rain on asphalt, the grunt of effort, the metallic scent of the river and blood. Heaven would watch him, her gray eyes missing nothing, her pen moving across the pad. She was building a case, but she was also building a shield, brick by meticulous brick. The tension was a slowly tightening wire. Crowley's offers turned to threats. "You're obstructing a federal investigation, counselor. This boy isn't safe with you. You're in over your head." One evening, returning from a court hearing, Heaven's car was forced into a side street. Two men in the other car, faces obscured. They didn't get out. They just sat, engine running, watching, until she drove away, her hands steady on the wheel, but her knuckles white. Katie, fragile as a bird, hardened in the furnace of fear. She stopped crying. She started watching the windows, a kitchen knife held loosely in her hand as she did the dishes. She looked at her son with a fierce, desperate love. "You tell them nothing," she whispered one night. "Not a thing. You let that woman fight. She's the only real person in this." The climax arrived not with a shootout, but with a proposition. Varga, through layers of intermediaries, requested a meeting. Neutral ground. A public place. Heaven argued against it. Crowley demanded to be included. In the end, it was held in the back room of a closed, historic library, under the gaze of marble busts and leather-bound books. Varga was there, a man of elegant, subdued power, smelling of sandalwood and expensive wool. Crowley was there, buzzing with bureaucratic intensity. Heaven and Channing sat opposite them, a scarred oak table between. Varga spoke directly to Channing, his voice a soft, reasonable baritone. "You saw something unfortunate. A moment of poor judgment by an associate. That associate has been dealt with. The finger, the ring. It was a sentimental gesture. The man was attached to it. A misunderstanding." He spread his hands. "I am prepared to offer you and your mother a new life. Far from here. College, security, a clean slate." Crowley leaned forward. "Or you come with me. You give a full statement. We put him away." He jerked his head at Varga. "You get witness protection. A different kind of life." Heaven placed a hand on Channing's arm. Her touch was cool, an anchor. She looked at both men. "He is not a bargaining chip. He is a minor under my protection. Any communication goes through me." But Channing was looking at Varga. He was looking at the man's hands, resting on the table. They were clean, manicured. One finger tapped a slow, patient rhythm, and in that rhythm, Channing saw it again. Not the memory, but the truth behind it. The ritual? The removal of the finger wasn't just brutality. It was a key. The ring was the key. Vale had hidden something Varga needed, in a place that required that ring to access. A safety deposit box, a lock, a switch. The murder was secondary. The retrieval was primary. Channing, in his hiding place, had witnessed not a crime of passion, but a clinical operation. He spoke, his voice surprising him with its flatness. "You weren't looking for him. You were looking for what the ring would open." The room went utterly still. Varga's tapping finger stopped. The polite mask slipped for a fraction of a second, revealing the cold, endless void beneath. In that void was a confirmation more terrifying than any threat. Crowley's eyes darted between them, sensing a truth he hadn't grasped, a secret he couldn't commodify. Haven stood. "This meeting is over." It ended not with a bang, but with a terrible, silent understanding. Varga knew Channing, knew the core truth. The boy was no longer just a witness. He was an interpreter. He had to be erased. What followed was a frantic, nocturnal flight. Heaven's plans, her careful legal architecture, crumbled before the raw force of that need. The safe house was compromised. Crowley, furious at being sidelined from the deeper secret, withdrew his protection, leaving them exposed. They became ghosts in the city's underbelly, moving from Haven's old office to the basement of a sympathetic friend, to the back room of the diner where Katie worked. The final confrontation took place at the river, in the industrial park where it began. They had run out of places to hide. Vargas' men found them. There were two of them, the same flat-eyed efficiency as before. They emerged from between the hulking shadows of dead factories. Haven pushed Channing behind her, holding a small black pistol she produced from her briefcase. She fired once, a shocking crack that echoed off the brick and iron. One man fell. The other kept coming. And then Katie, silent Katie, who had followed them, who had always followed to protect her son, stepped out from behind a rusted generator. She held a heavy length of pipe. As the man closed in on Haven, Katie brought the pipe down on the back of his head with a sound that was both dull and wet. He dropped. In the sudden, ringing silence, there was only the sound of the river, the same river that had heard the struggle weeks before. They stood there, the three of them, over the two fallen men, breathing in the metallic night air. No sirens came. The city absorbed the violence, as it always had. The epilogue was a fade-out, a gradual blurring of certainty. There was no triumphant arrest. Austin Varga was indicted on financial crimes, thanks to information Crowley eventually pried from other sources. The murder of Arthur Vale remained officially unsolved. The finger, the ring, the secret it unlocked. It all faded into the mythology of the city's underworld. A whispered story. Channing and his mother disappeared, not into the witness protection program, but into a quiet anonymity Haven engineered through channels not entirely legal, but profoundly just. They went somewhere with a different climate, where the rain didn't smell of the river and industry. Haven remained. She walked past the polished brass plaque of her office every morning. Sometimes she would get a postcard with no return address, a picture of a mountain or a desert. No words, just a stamp from a faraway place. She would touch the corner of it, a faint, almost invisible smile on her lips, and file it away in a drawer. Years later, Channing, now a man with a different name, would be sitting in a lecture hall or driving on a sun-drenched highway, and the memory would surface. Not the horror, not the fear, but the detail. The inner shadow of the wheel well, the glint of the rusty bolt, the pale curve of the finger. It would come with a strange clarity, but the edges of the memory around it, the why, the who, the sound of his own heartbeat, would have softened, blurred, like a photograph left in the sun. He could recall the scent of Haven's perfume, a crisp, clean note in all that decay. He could feel the weight of his mother's hand on his shoulder. But the faces of the men who hunted him, the exact timbre of Varga's voice, the specific pattern of the rain on the warehouse roof, these details receded, slipping into the murk of the past, becoming not a story he told, but a sensation he carried, a cold, smooth stone in the pocket of his soul. The truth was not a thing to be held, but a shadow he had lived inside, and from which he had, quietly and without fanfare, faded away. The stone was always there, a quiet weight. It shaped his decisions in subtle ways. He chose a career in architecture, drawn to clean lines and open spaces, to structures built on foundations anyone could see. He married a woman with a loud, honest laugh. He planted a garden. He lived a life of deliberate, visible normalcy, a fortress against the hidden. One afternoon, raking leaves in his tidy yard in a city hundreds of miles from the river, he saw a silver Mercedes drive slowly down his street. It was a common car. It meant nothing, but his breath stopped, his hands freezing on the rake handle. The car passed without slowing, turning at the corner, gone. The reaction was a ghost limb, a phantom pain from a wound long closed. He stood there for a long time, the autumn sun weak on his back, until the chill seeped through his sweater. That night, he dreamt of the library meeting. Not of Varga or Crowley, but of Haven. In the dream, she wasn't writing on her legal pad. She was drawing a detailed cross-sectional diagram of a wheel well. And within the diagram, where the finger had been, she had drawn a tiny, perfect key. He woke with a start, the dream clinging to him. He hadn't thought of that in years. The ring as a key. He had spoken the truth in that room, but he had never, not once, allowed himself to speculate on what that key might have opened. That path led back into the shadow. He got up, drank a glass of water in the dark kitchen, and watched the empty street until his heart settled. A week later, a plain envelope arrived with no postmark. It had been left in the mailbox. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, grainy. It showed a stretch of the riverfront industrial park, but transformed. Where the decaying warehouses had been, there now stood modern glass-paneled buildings. One, in the foreground, had a distinctive, curved facade. At its base, near the riverwalk, was a small, discreet plaque. The photograph was too blurry to read it, but nestled in the corner of the image, someone had drawn, in fine-point pen, a tiny arrow. It pointed to a specific spot on the pavement, near a storm drain. The spot, Channing knew with a cold, sinking certainty, was where Arthur Vale had died, where the finger had been taken. This was not a threat. It was a message, a receipt. The past was not just buried. It had been built over. Varga's empire had literally paved over its crimes, turning blood money into riverside condos and boutique offices. The secret was no longer hidden in a lockbox. It was embedded in the city's new skyline, legitimized, polished, and sold. He burned the photograph in the kitchen sink, washing the ashes down the drain. He told no one, not his wife, certainly not his mother, who now lived in a sunny retirement community and spoke of the past only in terms of that bad time. The stone in his soul grew heavier. He found himself, days later, in the public library. Not running, not hiding, just sitting. He looked at the marble busts, the tall windows, the serene order of it. He thought of heaven, of her gray eyes watching him, building her shield. She had told him he was a boy, not evidence. But what was he now? A man, yes, but also a living blueprint to a truth that had been architecturally erased. He realized then that fading away was not a single act, but a continuous one. The memory would always surface. The cars would always look familiar. The past would send its receipts. His life was not an escape, but a long, quiet negotiation, with a shadow that had learned to wear new shapes. He walked out of the library into the present-day sun, and he did not look back at the building behind him. He simply moved forward, carrying the weight, building his visible life, one clean, straight line at a time. The fight was over. The watchfulness, he understood, was forever. The following spring, his mother passed away in her sleep. The official cause was heart failure, but Channing knew, in a place beyond reason, that she had simply decided to stop being watchful. At the small private funeral, a bouquet of white lilies arrived with no card. The florist, when called, said the order had been placed over the phone by a woman with a calm, clear voice who paid in cash. A month after that, a letter came to his office, addressed to his old name. It was on crisp, expensive stationery. It contained a single sentence typed, "A foundation requires a stable base." It was unsigned. But below it, drawn in the same neat, sloping script he remembered from a yellow legal pad, was a small, precise scale of justice. Heaven was telling him she was still there, and she was telling him she knew about the photograph, about the silver car, about the weight he carried. He was not alone in his watchfulness. He framed the sentence and the drawing, not to hang on the wall, but to place in the bottom drawer of his desk. A stable base. It was what he built for others, and what she had built for him. The shadow of the past was a permanent tenant, but it did not own the building. He closed the drawer, the click of the latch firm and final. Outside his window, the sun shone on the clean lines of his city, and he turned his chair to face it. The workday passed in its usual rhythm of calculations and consultations. Yet the old, familiar hyper-awareness had returned, a tuned instrument sensing a shift in the air pressure. He found himself studying the faces of new clients, listening for a particular cadence of speech. He knew Varga was in prison, a white-collar cage that likely suited him fine. But empires don't crumble with one man's fall. They adapt. It was his wife, Claire, who noticed the change. "You're somewhere else," she said one evening, her hand resting on his arm. "You've been somewhere else for weeks." He told her it was work stress, the lingering grief for his mother. He could not tell her the truth. To give it words was to invite the shadow into their bright, sunlit home. His protection of her was his last unbroken vow. Then, on a business trip to a coastal city, he saw her. Heaven. She was sitting in a cafe across from his hotel, reading a newspaper. She wore her age with the same severe grace, her hair now a steely silver. She did not look up as he stood frozen on the sidewalk. After a full minute, she folded her paper, laid exact change on the table, and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. It was not an accident. It was a manifestation. She was showing him she could still find him, and by doing so, she was telling him he was still seen, still accounted for. He returned home, the image of her seared into his mind. The stone in his pocket felt less like a weight and more like a talisman. She was out there, maintaining the balance. The watchfulness was not his alone. It was a shared, silent duty. The final piece arrived on a Tuesday. A package with no return address, postmarked from the city he had fled. Inside was a simple, polished steel key. No note. With it was a photocopied page from a decades-old city planning ledger, highlighting a variance granted for structural reinforcement of a riverfront warehouse foundation. The date was 6 months after Arthur Vale's murder. The company requesting the variance was a Varga holding company. The architect of record signature was a scrawl Channing didn't recognize. But stamped beside it was the seal of the city building department, and below that, the approving signature of the official who had authorized it. Arthur Vale. He understood. The key was not a real key. It was a symbol. Dot. Vale hadn't just hidden something in a lockbox. He had hidden something in the very foundations of Varga's empire, a literal skeleton in the concrete. The variance was the receipt. The murderers to retrieve the ring, the key, to access and likely move that secret before the new construction sealed it forever. Varga hadn't just paved over the crime scene. He had entombed his own secret beneath millions of dollars of legitimate development. Truth wasn't in a file. It was mixed in the aggregate and rebar. Channing held the cold steel key. He walked to the edge of his property, to the small ornamental pond Claire had insisted on. He drew back his arm and threw the key as far as he could. It flashed once in the sun before vanishing with a soft plunk into the deep, murky water. He did not need a key. He was the key. And some locks, once opened, are best left unclosed. He went inside, the ghost limb quiet for the first time in years. He kissed his wife, who tasted of coffee and sunshine. He called his daughter at college and listened to her talk about her philosophy class. He made a note to fix the loose hinge on the garden gate. The past had sent its last receipt, and he had returned it, unanswered. The watchfulness would remain, but it was no longer a siege. It was a choice. He was not a boy, not evidence, not an interpreter. He was a man, standing in the light, casting a shadow of his own. The loose hinge on the garden gate took him 10 minutes to fix. The simple, physical act of aligning the metal, driving the screw, testing the swing, was profoundly calming. It was a problem with a visible cause and a clear solution. He wiped his hands on a rag and stood back, looking at his house, his garden, the pond where the key now slept in the silt. That night he slept deeply, without dreams. The seasons turned. His daughter graduated. He designed a community center in a town that had never had one. Life was not a series of dramatic reveals, but an accumulation of small, good things. The watchfulness became a background hum, like the sound of the refrigerator at night. Always there, but only noticed in moments of absolute quiet. He was 62 when the news alert popped up on his phone. Austin Varga had died in prison. Natural causes. The article was a brief recap of his financial crimes, a mention of his once vast influence. There was no mention of Arthur Vale, or unsolved murders, or riverfront secrets. The world had officially moved on. Channing read the article on a park bench, eating a sandwich. He felt nothing. No relief, no triumph, no fear. It was the obituary of a stranger. He finished his lunch, crumpled the wrapper, and disposed of it. As he walked home, he passed a construction site. A new library was going up. He stopped, watching the steel workers move with calm precision against the sky. He thought of the old library, the marble busts, the smell of old paper and sandalwood. He thought of the new foundations being poured here, in this sunlit place. A young architect, one of his former interns, was on site. She saw him and waved, coming over. "Mr. Alden, what do you think?" she asked, eager for his approval. He looked at the soaring lines of the structure. "The foundation looks solid," he said. "The best," she beamed. "We over-engineered it. It'll outlast us all." He smiled. Good. He walked the rest of the way home. The stone was gone. He didn't know when he had lost it, only that his pocket felt light. He realized the feeling had been absent for years. The shadow had not vanished. It had simply been integrated, its darkness diluted by a lifetime of light until it was just another shade in the spectrum of his memory. At his doorstep, he paused. The evening paper was on the step. He picked it up. Beneath it, pristine and white, was a single envelope. His name was written on it in a familiar sloping script. He opened it. Inside was a postcard, a picture of a mountain he didn't recognize. On the back, in the same hand, were 2 words: "Watchfulness ends." He held the card for a long moment, then slipped it into his pocket. He went inside, hung his coat, and joined his wife in the living room where she was reading. She looked up and smiled. All done, he said, and he meant it. He sat in his favorite chair, the one by the window that caught the afternoon sun. The postcard was a warm weight against his thigh. He did not show it to Claire. This final message was not a secret to keep, but a gift to absorb alone. Haven had released him. The long, silent duty was over. He thought he might feel unmoored without the watchfulness, but instead, he felt a gentle settling, as if a vessel long braced for stormy seas had finally drifted into a calm, deep harbor. The past was not gone, but it was complete. It had a final page, and it had been turned. Years later, after Claire was gone and the house was too big, he sorted through his desk. In the bottom drawer, he found the framed sentence: "A foundation requires a stable base." He held it, the glass cool under his fingers. Then he took the mountain postcard from the old book where he'd pressed it. He placed both items in a small box with a few other relics: his mother's wedding band, his daughter's first drawing of their house, a smooth stone from the garden. He sealed the box and took it to the new library, the one with the over-engineered foundation. He asked the young librarian, a woman with kind eyes, if they accepted archival donations of local memorabilia. She said they did. He handed her the box. "Just some old pieces of a life," he said. "Maybe they'll mean something to someone, someday." She thanked him, and he left, the automatic doors whispering shut behind him. He stood on the steps, feeling the sun on his face. The city buzzed around him, a living thing built on layers of secrets and stories, all of them gradually softening into history. He was one of those stories now, fully faded, fully free. He walked down the steps, a man without a shadow, into the bright, ordinary afternoon. The walk home was slow, unhurried. He noticed the way the light filtered through the new leaves on the maple trees, the sound of a child laughing in a yard, the smell of cut grass. The sensations were vivid, unclouded. He felt present in a way he hadn't since he was a boy, before the river, before the finger, before the long watch. He lived several more years in that state of quiet presence. He traveled with Claire while they still could, not to faraway places, but to small towns with interesting bridges or local architecture. He never received another postcard. He never saw a silver Mercedes that made his breath catch. The ghost limb had been healed. When his time came, it was in his sleep, in his own bed, as his mother's had. His daughter found the box of his personal effects after the funeral. There were the expected things: his watch, his wedding ring, his architectural awards, and at the very bottom of the box, tucked inside a folded blueprint of his first solo project, was a single, yellowed postcard. It showed a desert, stark and beautiful, under a vast sky. On the back, in her own handwriting, his daughter found two words she did not recognize. Watchfulness ends. She turned it over, wondering. It meant nothing to her. Just a strange relic from a father who had been to her wonderfully, blessedly ordinary. She almost threw it away. But something about the desert's emptiness felt peaceful, final. She slipped it into the frame of his portrait, behind the backing, where no one would see it. A private piece of him, a mystery she felt no need to solve. It was enough that it had been his. And in a city by a river, in a modern apartment with a view of glass-paneled buildings, an old woman with steely hair poured a cup of tea. She opened a drawer, thick with files and photographs, and from a small compartment she removed a single, brittle leaf. It was from the oak tree that had once grown by the old library. She held it for a moment, then crumbled it to dust over the sink, washing it away. Her work, too, was done. The balance was kept. The scales could rest. She sat by her window, sipped her tea, and watched the river, which flowed as it always had, indifferent and enduring, over everything hidden beneath. The river never changed its course, but the city around it continued to evolve. The glass-paneled buildings from the photograph aged, their sleekness softened by weather and soot. New, even taller structures rose behind them, casting different shadows. The plaque by the Riverwalk was eventually removed during a streetscape renovation, its purpose and message forgotten by all but the soil and the concrete. Channing's daughter, years later, would take her own children to the community center their grandfather had designed. They would run across the open floor of the atrium, their shouts echoing off the walls he had imagined. They knew him as a kind man who built things, who loved their grandmother, who always had a piece of peppermint in his pocket. The story was complete, and it was a good one. In the archives of the library, the box sat on a shelf. It was cataloged, but rarely requested. Occasionally, a graduate student researching mid-century civic architecture would come across the reference and call it up. They would examine the framed sentence and the scale of justice, make a note about an architect's personal motto, and move on. The postcard of the mountain remained hidden, pressed within the pages of a thick monograph on foundation engineering, a bookmark left by an anonymous patron. The student would not find it, and if they had, they would not have understood its significance. Some messages are only for the person who first receives them. After that, they become inert, their power spent. The old woman by the river passed away one winter, her apartment found neat and orderly, the drawers empty of everything but linen and ordinary cutlery. There was no leaf, no file, No photograph. Her obituary was brief and generic. She had no family listed. The manager of the building reported she had been a quiet tenant, always paid on time, and had donated her few furnishings to charity. The riverfront apartment was quickly leased to a young couple who painted the walls a cheerful yellow. And so it all receded, not with a bang or a whisper, but with the gradual, inevitable fade of all things. The watchfulness had ended, as promised. The secrets became geology, layered under strata of new moments, new lives, new construction. The city, forever building over itself, did not remember. It simply was. And in that endless, unthinking becoming, there was a kind of peace, a final and absolute grace. The peace was not an empty one. It was rich with the texture of a life fully lived, and finally, fully released. Channing's granddaughter, the one with his keen eyes, would become an architect herself. On her first major project, a renovation of an old arts college, she discovered a forgotten cornerstone from 1952. As she pried the mossy stone loose, a small cavity was revealed behind it, empty save for a single rusted bolt. She felt a strange chill, a sense of proximity to something she could not name. She placed the new cornerstone, embedding a time capsule of her own choosing, a sketch, a coin, a poem. The past offered up its hollows, the present filled them with new meaning. The river, of course, flowed on. On its bed, among the shopping carts and smooth stones, the steel key lay buried in mud, its edges slowly softening. It would never be found. It served no purpose. It was just a piece of metal, returning to Earth. The water above it was sometimes clear, sometimes murky, reflecting only the sky of the day given to it. There were no more receipts to send, no more balances to keep. The ledger was closed, the account settled. The quiet watch over at last. Story 3. The hallway outside courtroom 304 was wrong. Guy had known it the moment he stepped off the elevator, a cold, flat awareness settling in his stomach like a swallowed stone. It was a space he had walked 1,000 times, a tube of polished terrazzo and frosted glass blocks, leading from the sterile modernity of the new wing to the oak-paneled antiquity of the old. But now, the perspective was off. The far end, where the hallway should have made its 90-degree turn toward the judge's chambers, seemed to stretch just a fraction too long, the vanishing point a hair's breadth beyond where memory insisted it should be. It was as if the building had taken a quiet, deliberate breath and held it, expanding its ribs. The fluorescent lights hummed a single, unwavering note, and the smell was the same, industrial cleaner over the faint, sweet decay of old paper. But the space itself had shifted. Someone had tampered with the scene. Guy Merritt was a court officer, which meant he was a professional in the art of controlled spaces. He knew the weight of a door, the sigh of a hinge, the exact number of steps from the holding cell to the witness stand. He was a man of pragmatism, his composure a well-fitted suit he never took off. This wrongness in the hallway was a clue, written in negative space, a warning in the architecture itself. It meant they were already here. They had already measured the distance. In this case, was the specter of Bobby Rizzoli, a man whose power was not shouted from nightclub stages, but murmured in the back rooms of import-export companies and in the silent approvals of zoning boards. And the reason for their presence was currently sweating through his cheap synthetic shirt in a secure annex. A man named Keith Dobbs. Keith was a small-time criminal, a fiddler of ledgers and a runner of errands, whose sudden attack of conscience, or more likely, a more profound attack of terror, had led him to offer testimony against Rizzoli. He was a timid man with the cunning of a cornered rat, more burden than asset, and Guy's job was to keep him breathing until he could sing his song to the jury. The safe house was a condo in Coconut Grove, a place chosen for its bland anonymity. It was not a fortress. Fortresses drew the eye. It was a third-floor unit in a pastel-colored building with a name like the Bayside Breezes, with a view of other, identical pastel-colored buildings. Guy stood at the living room window, not looking out, but observing the reflection of the room in the dark glass. The furniture was rental beige. The art was generic seascapes. The air smelled of lemon-scented dust and the faint, metallic ghost of the air conditioning. Keith paced, a nervous stitch in the fabric of the quiet. "I won't try anything here. It's too public." Guy didn't answer. He was listening to the building. The drip of a faucet in another unit, the thump of a bass line 2 floors down, the groan of the elevator shaft, a distant metallic sigh. He was thinking of the hallway outside 304. The shift in proportions. A professional's work. "Hell, send someone," Keith said, needing the silence to be filled. "He doesn't get his hands dirty." "I know," Guy said, his voice low, almost absorbed by the thick carpet. He had seen the file. He knew the name of the someone Bobby Rizzoli would send. Jonah. A single name, like a tool or a disease. Details were scarce and contradictory. A man who was both forgettably average and utterly chilling. A rumor given form. He was not a thug. He was a solution. The first attempt came not with a bang, but with a failure of infrastructure. At 2:17 a.m., the power in the entire block died. The hum of the refrigerator ceased. The digital clocks went black, and the world outside the window vanished, swallowed by a moonless Florida night. The only light was the sickly green glow of Keith's watch face. Guy, who had been sitting in the dark for an hour already, moved. He did not turn on a flashlight. He placed a hand on Keith's shoulder, feeling the tremor beneath the cotton, and guided him to the interior bathroom, the room with no windows. He locked the door and they sat on the cold tile floor, back against the bathtub, in a darkness so complete it felt solid. They listened. The building was now a symphony of creaks and whispers, every tenant stirring, confused. A door slammed. A voice called out. In that chaos, a professional could move like a ghost. Guy heard the front door handle turn, not with force, but with a gentle testing pressure. Then nothing. The power returned 20 minutes later, the lights blinking on with a cruel fluorescent shout. The condo was empty, untouched. But on the kitchen counter, centered perfectly on the faux granite, lay a single dead gecko, its tiny body arranged with deliberate care. They moved. The next location was a fishing cabin on the edge of the Everglades, loaned by a retired marshal Guy had known for years. The drive was long, through landscapes that flattened and grew wetter, the air thickening from brine to the rich, fecund smell of decay and growth. The cabin was a gray, weathered thing on stilts, overlooking a channel of water the color of strong tea. The sounds here were different. The chirr of insects, the distant splash of a gator, the wind through the sawgrass, a sound like a razor on stubble. It was here that Claire entered. She arrived in a vintage Mustang, the color of dried blood, kicking up a cloud of white limestone dust. She was the retired marshal's daughter, a marine biologist who used the cabin as a base for her research. Guy had known her, vaguely, from years past. A smart, fierce girl who had grown into a woman of unsettling calm. Her allure was not a performance. It was in her stillness, the way she observed the world as if it were a specimen under glass. She took their presence in stride, a new variable in her ecosystem. She brought groceries and beer and said little. Keith, unmoored by the silence and the creeping dread, began to talk to her. He talked too much. About the case, about the numbers he'd cooked, about the warehouse off the Dolphin Expressway where Rizzoli kept his real books. Guy watched Claire listen, her face a mask of polite neutrality. but he saw her eyes absorb every word, filing it away. He felt a twist of unease. She was a complication. The days bled together, a haze of heat and waiting. Guy walked the perimeter, not as a sentry, but as a reader of the land. He noted the broken spider web, the disturbed mud at the water's edge, the sudden absence of frog song from a particular patch of reeds. The environment itself was his adversary. Jonah was not a man to rush. He would be out there, in the green gloom, letting the space work for him, letting their nerves stretch and fray. He was the shift in proportions given flesh. The revelation came from an eccentric ally, a man named Fig, a friend of Claire's who ran an airboat tour service and was a conspiracy theorist of the highest, most paranoid order. He came by with a six-pack and a head full of static. He fiddled with a radio scanner, trying to find the truth in the white noise. As the sun bled out over the sawgrass, painting the sky in violent oranges and purples, the scanner caught a fragment of a police dispatch. A code for a traffic incident on the Tamiami Trail. A description of a vehicle. A white panel van, nondescript. The location was 20 miles north, but the time stamp was an hour before Fig had even tuned in. Fig dismissed it, searching for alien frequencies. But Guy felt the cold stone in his gut again. The van was a placeholder. It was a feint. The real information was in the timing, in the bored tone of the dispatcher's voice. It was a signal. Jonah was telling him he could hear their whispers, even out here. He was defining the perimeter. That night, Claire found Guy on the dock, staring into the black water. The air was a warm, wet blanket. "He's talking because he's scared," she said, meaning Keith. "But he's also lying. The warehouse he mentioned, it burned down 2 years ago. County records." Guy didn't turn. Why lie? Maybe what he has isn't enough. Maybe he's making a better story to stay valuable, to stay alive. Or maybe he's setting a trap, Guy murmured. "For Rizzoli, for me, for anyone." A fish broke the surface with a sound like a kiss. Then, from the darkness of the channel, a different sound. A soft, almost inaudible click, like a pebble against a cypress knee. It was not an animal sound. It was a testing sound. Guy slowly reached out and put his hand over Claire's, silencing her. They stood frozen for an eternity, listening to the hungry night. Nothing else came, but the message was received. The perimeter was breached. The climax was not a shootout. It was a migration. Guy knew the cabin was now a target, a box in the wilderness. He loaded Keith, catatonic with fear, into Claire's Mustang. They would drive through the night, back to the city, to the labyrinth of the federal building. The glades at night were a black ribbon of road hemmed by walls of impenetrable shadow. The Mustang's headlights carved a tunnel in the darkness. Claire drove, her jaw set. Guy watched the side mirror, looking for a pair of lights that matched their pace. They found them just south of Chrome Avenue. Not following, but paralleling them, a single light moving through the sawgrass off to the east, an airboat running without its spotlight. It was a ghost in the marsh, keeping pace, silently. Guy told Claire to take the next left, a gravel road that led to a defunct sugar mill. It was a place of concrete ruins under a bowl of stars, a maze of broken walls and rusted machinery. They abandoned the car and moved on foot into the corpse of the factory. The air smelled of rust and old molasses. Keith was sobbing, stumbling. Guy pushed him into a recess behind a giant gear-toothed wheel. Claire crouched beside him. Guy moved away, a decoy, his shoes crunching on gravel. He saw Jonah then, not as a sudden apparition, but as a part of the scenery that detached itself. He emerged from the shadow of a crumbling smokestack, a man of average height, average build, dressed in dark, practical clothes. He held no weapon in his hands. His face was bland, forgettable. It was his eyes that were wrong. They held no anger, no malice, no life. They were like the lenses of a camera, simply recording. "The officer," Jonah said. His voice was dry, papery, without accent or effect. "He's not here," Guy said. "Yes, he is." Jonah took a step, not toward Guy, but on a diagonal, his movement causing the geometry of the space to warp around him. The broken wall behind him seemed to grow taller, the gaping doorway to his left narrower. He was the shift in proportions. "My business is with the witness. You are context. You'll have to go through the context." Jonah almost smiled. It was a tiny mechanical twitch. "I already have." And Guy knew. He turned, just as a figure lunged from behind the giant gear. Not at him. At Claire Darden. Keith. His face was a rictus of terrified betrayal. He held a rusted length of pipe. He wasn't trying to kill Claire. He was trying to get past her, to give himself to Jonah, to trade her life and Guy's for his own miserable continuation. Claire moved with instinctual grace, twisting away, but the pipe caught her a glancing blow on the temple. She went down, a soft sigh lost in the industrial graveyard. In that moment of fractured attention, Jonah moved. He was suddenly beside Keith, his arm around the smaller man's neck, in a gesture that looked almost tender. There was a sharp, crisp sound, like a green branch snapping. Keith's body went limp. Jonah let it slide to the gravel. He looked at Guy, then at the stirring Claire. He had completed his function. The witness was silenced. The rest was not efficiency. It was waste. He turned and walked back into the deeper shadows of the mill. Guy did not pursue. He went to Claire, who was pushing herself up, blood tracing a dark line down her cheek. He helped her to her feet. Together, they looked at Keith's crumpled form. The truth he carried, whatever it had been, the real ledger, the fabricated story, was gone. The case against Bobby Rizzoli would dissolve by morning, a mist burned off by expensive legal sun. They drove back to Miami in a silence that was not empty, but full of the echoes of that dry click in the marsh, and the final, precise snap in the ruins. Guy filed his report. It was a masterpiece of omission, an unfortunate incident. A witness who panicked and fled into a dangerous environment. Fate, doomed. The hallway outside courtroom 304 looked normal again, its proportions stubbornly correct, refusing to corroborate his memory. A month later, Guy was sitting in a diner on Biscayne Boulevard, the chrome and vinyl a relic of a simpler time. He was stirring a cup of coffee he had no intention of drinking. The door chimed, and Claire walked in. She had a fading yellow bruise on her temple. She slid into the booth opposite him. They did not speak for a long time, listening to the clatter of plates, the hiss of the grill, the low murmur of other people's lives. Finally, she said, "I heard something from my father's old friends. The warehouse, the one that burned down. The county records were wrong. It never existed at all. The address was for a vacant lot. Bernia." Guy looked at her. The final piece settled, cold and smooth. Keith's lie was not a lie to make himself more valuable. It was a specific, crafted piece of misinformation. A trap, but not for Rizzoli. For the person sent to silence him. A message from one predator to another. Bobby Rizzoli had not been trying to protect himself from Keith's testimony. He had been using Keith as bait to draw out Jonah, who had, it seemed, outlived his usefulness or broken some unknown rule. Guy and Claire and Keith had been pawns in a settling of accounts they could never comprehend. "So it's over," Claire said, not as a question, but as a statement of profound emptiness. Guy looked out the window. The sun was bright on the asphalt. A city bus sighed to a stop. A woman laughed on the sidewalk. The world had absorbed the violence, the fear, the shifted hallways and dead geckos and sounds in the night, and had returned seamlessly to normal. But as if it had never happened, the crime was not in the act, but in the erasure. He took a sip of the cold, bitter coffee and said nothing at all. The silence between them was the only monument that remained. The waitress refilled his cup, the coffee sloshing over the rim into the saucer. Neither of them moved to clean it up. The brown puddle spread, a tiny, contained spill. Guy watched it, thinking of the dark water of the channel, the way it absorbed all light and sound. "He's still out there," Claire said. Her voice was low, meant only for him. "Jonah, he completed his job. He's a tool that's been put back in the box. Until next time." Guy finally looked at her. "You're not going back to the Glades." It wasn't a question. She held his gaze, and in her eyes he saw the same flat, professional assessment he used on courtrooms and hallways and safe houses. The scientist had been burned away by a colder fire. "My father left files," she said. "Not official ones. His own notes. He had a theory about men like Jonah, that they aren't freelancers. They're employees. There's a structure, a very quiet, very private company." Guy felt a familiar tension in his shoulders, the same feeling as when he'd first noticed the hallway was wrong. A professional's awareness. "Claire, I'm not asking for your help," she said, cutting him off. "I'm telling you as a courtesy, because you were there, because you know the shape of it. I'm going to find that company." He knew then that he would not, could not, dissuade her. The shock of the pipe, the blood on her temple, the sight of Keith's body. It hadn't broken her. It had given her a direction, a purpose as focused and dangerous as Jonah's own. "You'll be context," he said, repeating Jonah's word. It tasted like the bad coffee. "Maybe," she said. She slid out of the booth, placing a few dollars under her saucer. She stood looking down at him, a woman with a fading bruise and a resolve that made the diner feel suddenly flimsy. "But I'll be the context that's watching back." She left. The bell chimed again. Guy sat for another 20 minutes, until the spilled coffee in the saucer grew a thin, wrinkling skin. He paid his bill and walked out into the Miami afternoon. The light was sharp, revealing every crack in the sidewalk, every streak of grime on the buildings. Nothing was hidden, and yet everything was. His next shift was at the courthouse. He rode the elevator up, his keys a familiar weight on his belt. The doors opened onto the hallway outside courtroom 304. He stopped. He let his eyes travel the length of it, from the elevator bank to the distant turn. He counted the glass blocks. He measured the echo of his own footsteps. It was all correct. It was all perfectly, infuriatingly normal. But as he walked, he realized something new. The wrongness wasn't in the hallway itself. It was in him. He was the one who had been shifted. His internal geometry had been altered, his once reliable sense of a controlled space permanently skewed. He now knew that any door, any hinge, any number of steps could be a lie. The world was not a stable stage. It was a fluid, manipulable thing, and professionals like Jonah, and now, perhaps, like Claire, moved through its malleable seams. He took his post outside the courtroom. Inside, a procedural hearing droned on, a lawyer's nasal voice debating a motion to suppress. It was all so loud, so busy, so blind. Guy stood at parade rest, his face a mask of impassive duty, and he listened not to the lawyer, but to the building, the hum of the lights, the rush of air in the vents, the almost imperceptible vibration of the elevator cables in their shafts. He was listening for the quiet click, the held breath, the subtle expansion of the world's ribs. He knew now he would always be listening, and in that endless, silent vigilance, he understood the true cost of what had happened in the Glades. He had not lost his life. He had lost his peace. The monument of silence he shared with Claire was not an ending. It was a foundation. And somewhere, in the quiet spaces between the world's noises, the next move was already being measured. The following week, a parcel arrived at his apartment. No return address. Inside, wrapped in plain brown paper, was a stack of photocopied pages from what looked like decades-old ledgers. Shipping manifests, invoices, all from a defunct import company called Marlin Enterprises. The dates corresponded with Rizzoli's early rise. Tucked between the pages was a single, crisp business card. It was blank except for a small embossed icon, a stylized open eye. On the back, in precise handwriting that was not Claire's, were the coordinates for a location in the Bahamas. It was not a call for help. It was an invitation, or a test. Guy sat at his kitchen table, the gecko's final resting place, and spread the pages under the light. The numbers were a maze, but the pattern was clear. A slow, deliberate laundering of capital through shell companies that spanned the globe. This was not Keith's desperate fabrication. This was colder, older, deeper. This was the architecture, and the card was a key to a door he wasn't sure he wanted to open. He thought of Claire, already moving through that hidden architecture. He thought of Jonah, a tool waiting in a box. He thought of the hallway, forever after holding its breath. 3 days later, he requested vacation time. His supervisor, relieved that his usually stoic officer seemed to be shaking off a lingering funk, approved it without question. Guy booked a flight to Nassau. He packed light, clothes, cash, his service pistol, and the photocopied pages. He did not bring his badge. The coordinates led to a private airfield on a remote quay. A twin-engine Cessna was waiting, its pilot a sun-leathered man who nodded once at Guy's approach and said nothing. They flew east, over water so blue it hurt the eyes, toward a smudge of green on the horizon. The island that appeared was small, ringed by white sand and a furious reef. A single low compound of pale stone stood nestled among palm trees. It looked serene, empty. The pilot landed on a grass strip and taxied to a stop. "They're expecting you," he said, his first and only words. He did not shut down the engine. Guy walked toward the compound. The air was heavy with the scent of frangipani and salt. No guards were visible. The main door, heavy teak, swung inward as he approached. The room inside was cool, shaded, furnished with simple elegance. A man sat at a desk, his back to a window overlooking the sea. He was older, with silver hair and a calm, composed face. He gestured to a chair. "Mr. Bannister, thank you for coming. I represent a consortium of concerned individuals. We have a mutual problem. Its name is Jonah." Guy remained standing. "And you are?" "A facilitator. We believe in balance. Jonah's employers have tipped the scales. They have moved from containment to acquisition. This is inelegant and bad for business. You want him retired. We want the box closed, permanently. Claire Marsh is talented, but she is digging in the wrong place. She will find only ghosts. We can provide the substance, the location, the pattern of his deployments. And in return, you provide the resolution, a face he will not see coming. You have the skills, and more importantly, you have the reason." Guy looked out at the perfect sea. He understood now. This was the true shift. He was being offered a chance to step from the context into the foreground, to become the variable in someone else's equation, to hunt the hunter. He thought of the dead gecko, placed with such cold ceremony. He thought of the sound of Keith's neck breaking. He thought of Claire's blood on the gravel, and the look in her eyes in the diner. He took the seat. "Tell me," he said. And as the man began to speak, outlining the shadowy company, its protocols, its safe houses, its methods, Guy felt the last vestige of his old world fall away. The courtroom hallway with its illusion of order was gone forever. He was in the silent, fluid space between the lines now, and he would not be leaving. The flight back to Nassau was conducted in the same silence as the arrival. The pilot's only words were the coordinates for Marina on Grand Bahama. A boat would be waiting. Guy spent the night in a clean, anonymous room. The pages spread before him. He memorized the patterns. The safe house was not a cabin or a compound. It was a live-aboard trawler called the Aegean, currently moored in a quiet cove near Bimini. Jonah's employers believed in motion. So did Guy now. He found the boat at the marina, a 30-foot craft with faded blue paint and a dinghy strapped to its roof. The man who handed him the keys was a mechanic with grease under his nails and no interest in conversation. Tanks are full. Provisions are stocked. Weather is clear. Guy nodded his thanks and stepped aboard. The trawler chugged out of the harbor just before dusk. Guy stood at the helm, the thrum of the diesel engine in his bones. He navigated by the coordinates he'd been given, not by the chart plotter he distrusted. The sea was a flat, dark mirror, bleeding the last orange of the sunset. He thought of Claire, digging through her father's ghosts. He hoped she would stay among them. The thing he was moving toward was no ghost. He anchored in a shallow bay a mile from the cove. The night was vast and star-cluttered. He waited until the moon set, then lowered the dinghy and rowed toward shore, the oars muffled with rags. The Aegean was there, just as described, a dark silhouette against the paler sand. A single, soft light glowed behind a curtained porthole. Guy beached the dinghy and approached from the landward side, using the sparse sea grape for cover. He saw no sentry, no security. Jonah's greatest protection was his employer's belief that he was irreplaceable and therefore untouchable. The silver-haired man's consortium had provided a different calculus. He waded into the warm, still water and swam the last 50 yards to the trawler's stern, his pistol in a sealed bag tied to his belt. He hauled himself up the swim ladder, water streaming from his clothes. The deck was bare. The cabin door was unlocked. He opened it slowly. The cabin was neat, monastic. A small galley, a chart table, a bunk item. Jonah sat at the table, reading a book by the light of a single lamp. He did not look up. He turned a page. "Context," Jonah said, his dry voice unchanged. Guy stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The boat rocked gently. "You knew I was coming." Probability. Jonah closed his book. It was a field guide to tropical birds. The marshwoman a predictable variable. Your actions became predictable in turn. My employers miscalculated the depth of your shift. They miscalculated a lot of things. Indeed. Jonah finally looked at him. Those camera lens eyes absorbed the sight of Guy, dripping on his floor, holding a service pistol. They showed no surprise, no fear, only a mild professional interest. "You were here to close the box." "Yes." Jonah nodded, as if confirming a minor piece of data. "The box is not what you think. I am not a tool. I am a covenant, a promise of order. You remove me, and the chaos you glimpse will become your world." "Well, it already is," Guy said, and he pulled the trigger. The sound was huge in the confined space. Jonah jerked back in his chair, a dark flower blooming on his chest. He looked down at it, then up at Guy. His expression did not change, but something in his eyes finally flickered. Not pain, but a kind of cold operational disappointment, as if a reliable machine had just reported a fundamental error in its own programming. He slumped forward, his head coming to rest on the open field guide. Guy stood there, the gun's report still echoing in his ears, now replaced by the lap of water against the hull. He felt nothing. No triumph, no relief, no guilt. only a vast, hollow correctness. He had completed a function. He took the field guide, careful not to disturb the body. Tucked inside the back cover was a single, laminated card. It was identical to the one he had received, the stylized open eye. On the back was a short list of names and dates. The last entry was his own name and today's date. The entry was not yet marked complete. He pocketed the card. He went back on deck, cast off the lines, and started the trawler's engine. He piloted the Aegean out into the deep channel, past the reef. When the water was dark and bottomless, he cut the engine. He went below, wrapped Jonah's body in the thin blanket from the bunk, and dragged it up to the deck. He rolled it over the side. It vanished into the black water with a soft final sigh. He opened the seacocks. Then he dove overboard and began the long, slow swim back to his own boat, the Aegean settling silently into the sea behind him. By the time he hauled himself into his dinghy, there was only a faint oil slick on the water, soon to be scattered by the current. A week later, Guy was back at his post outside courtroom 304. The hearing was a tax evasion case. Dull, safe, normal. His vacation was over. The hallway held its proportions. The world had absorbed another erasure. That evening, a package arrived. No return address. Inside was a new key, and an address for a storage unit in a facility near the airport. When he visited, he found inside a set of pristine identification, a passport, a stack of untraceable currency, and a secure satellite phone. On top of it all lay a single sheet of paper. It read, "The box is closed. A new one is available, should you require it. The eye remains open." He locked the unit and drove home. He sat in the dark of his apartment. The gecko was long gone. The silence was absolute. He understood now the full shape of the migration. He had crossed over. He was no longer a marshal keeping order in a world of laws. He was a silent, movable part in a deeper, hidden order, a covenant of his own. The phone on his kitchen table rang. Not his personal phone, the satellite phone from the unit. He let it ring 3 times before he answered. He said nothing. A voice, electronically filtered, spoke. "There is a situation in Phoenix. A witness requires relocation. The local context is compromised." Guy looked out at the city lights, the bright, blind world. He saw the seams now, the malleable spaces. He saw the whole shifting geometry. "I'll need the file," he said. His voice sounded calm, normal, like it belonged to someone else. The line went dead. A minute later, a soft chime came from the phone. A file. He opened it. A photo of a woman, early 30s, a lab technician. The details were sparse, but the threat assessment was clear. It was a simple job. A milk run. The kind of thing he'd done 100 times before. He knew it was a test. He packed a bag, methodical, his movements precise. He did not take the new identification. He left the cash. He took only his old marshal's credentials, his personal weapon, and a change of clothes. He drove to the airport and bought a ticket to Phoenix with his own credit card. He was not the new thing in the box. Not yet. He was a man on vacation, taking a trip. He needed to see the edges of the shape they had for him. The witness, Lena Cruz, was being held in a bland chain hotel near the airport. The local deputy was young, tired, and talkative. She spooked, saw something in a shipping container at the port. Won't say what, just keep saying, "The eyes were open. Ian." Guy felt a cold trickle down his spine. He thanked the deputy and took the key. The hallway of the hotel was long, lined with identical doors. He walked its length, counting. His own footsteps were silent on the carpet. He stopped outside room 214. He listened. He heard the faint sound of a television, a game show. He knocked. "Marshal Service, Miss Cruz. I'm here to relocate you." The TV went silent. A chain rattled. A lock turned. The door opened the width of the security latch. One brown eye, wide with fear, peered out. "You have ID?" He held up his credentials to the gap. She studied them, then the latch released. She opened the door. She was small, clutching a sweater around her shoulders despite the heat. The room smelled of stale coffee and fear. "We'll leave in 10 minutes. A car is downstairs. Do you have everything?" She nodded toward a single duffel bag. "Just this. I just want to be gone." "What did you see, Lena?" She flinched at the use of her name. "I told the other one." The container was sealed. Customs tag was intact, but it was humming. A low hum. They opened it. It was full of these machines. Not like any machines I've seen. And in the middle, there was a chair. And in the chair, she swallowed. It was a man, or it had been, wired into everything. His eyes were open. They were blue, electric blue, and they looked right at me. Guy kept his face neutral. What happened to him? The men in suits, they came. They took him. They took everything. They told me I saw a stress-induced hallucination. They offered me money. She looked at him, her eyes desperate for belief. I didn't take it. He believed her. He also knew this was not a standard witness intimidation case. This was something else. A piece of the architecture the silver-haired man had hinted at. A piece that had slipped into view. The open eye. "Let's go," he said. He took her bag, ushered her out. The elevator descended. The lobby was quiet. His rental car was out front. As they stepped through the automatic doors into the warm Arizona night, he saw it. A black sedan parked across the street, engine off. The silhouette of a man behind the wheel, watching. Guy didn't break stride. He put Lena in the passenger seat, threw the bag in the back, and slid behind the wheel. He pulled into traffic, watching the mirror. The sedan did not follow. It didn't need to. The test was not about evasion. It was about observation, about seeing if he would follow the old protocol, or if he would reach for the new tools. He drove to the safe house, a small apartment in a quiet complex. He secured Lena inside, went through the motions. He called the Phoenix office, gave the all clear. He was told a team would take over in the morning. Standard procedure. He sat in a chair by the window, looking out at the empty parking lot. The satellite phone was in his pocket, a cold, hard weight. The black sedan was now parked 2 rows back, still dark. He understood. The job with Lena was real, but it was also the first move. The consortium was showing him a glimpse of the chaos Jonah had mentioned. They were offering him a choice: hand her over to the regular machinery and remain a marshal, or use the resources in the storage unit and become something else. A cleaner solution. He thought of the man in the chair with the electric blue eyes. He thought of Jonah's cold disappointment. He thought of Claire, chasing ghosts, and the monument of silence they shared. The satellite phone chimed once. A text. It was an address. A private airstrip, an hour away. He looked at Lena, asleep on the couch, exhausted by her own fear. She was context, expendable, a variable to be managed. Guy stood up. He wrote a note for the morning team, detailing the protocol. He left it on the table. He did not take the satellite phone. He left it on the chair. He walked out of the apartment, got into his rental car, and drove away. He did not go to the airstrip. He drove toward the desert, the city lights fading in his rearview mirror. He was not rejecting their box. He was not returning to his old one. He was carving out a third space, a narrow seam of his own. He would watch. He would listen. And he would wait for the next click in the world's shifting geometry, the one that only he now was calibrated to hear. Story 4. The clock in the interrogation room was broken, its hands forever embracing the hour of 2:15. Special Agent Felix had told her it had been that way for years, that no one ever bothered to fix it, because the room was only used for storage now, for boxes of cold cases that had themselves stopped ticking. But to Elise Vance, on her first official day as an FBI recruit assigned to something real, the frozen clock felt like an omen. Time had paused here once, decisively, and had simply refused to start again. The air was stale, tasting of dust and the faint metallic ghost of old sweat and fear. She could feel the silence, a thick, velvety pressure against her eardrums, as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to disturb the equilibrium of its long neglect. They had given her the file an hour earlier. Felix, a man with a face like a worn leather map of every bad place he'd ever been, had slid it across his desk without ceremony. "Jefferson," he'd said, the single word a stone dropped into still water. "He's taken another one. Ashlyn Voss. You know the name." She did. Everyone in the state did. Hannah Voss, the mother, was a city councilwoman with a media presence like a laser beam. Her daughter's face was on every news screen, a smiling, freckled girl of 19, with eyes the color of a sunlit river. Now she was gone, and the pattern was unmistakable. Jefferson, the name the papers had given him, after the street where the first victim was found. He didn't leave bodies, not in the traditional sense. He left compositions. The first victim was discovered in the Jefferson Street Public Library, seated in a wingback chair in the historical archives, dressed in a gown of Edwardian lace that was not her own. She was posed with a book of sonnets open on her lap, a single line underlined in precise red ink. "My love is as a fever, longing still." The cause of death was a refined, almost surgical dose of a paralytic followed by an air embolism. She had been awake, utterly immobile, for everything. The second was found in a disused lighthouse, arranged on a chair before the great dead lens, wearing a naval officer's coat from the War of 1812. The book beside her was Melville. The underlined line, "All visible objects, man, are but as pasteboard masks." The third was in the cupola of an old grain silo, dressed as a prairie school teacher, with a volume of Willa Cather. The line, "There was only the spring," and the bitter, bitter endlessness of the plain. Each scene was pristine, a diorama of exquisite, heartbreaking stillness. Each victim was missing a single small bone from their left hand, the distal phalanx of the little finger. A souvenir, a signature, a punctuation mark, daughter. "He's a designer," Felix said, lighting a cigarette against regulations. The smoke curled in the lamplight, a blue-gray ghost. "He doesn't kill them. He curates them, and he keeps them for 7 days. Today is day 2 for Ashlyn Voss. We have 5 days before she becomes a display. We have nothing. No forensics, no witnesses, no pattern to the initial abductions that we can see." Elise's personal motivation was a quiet, cold stone in her gut. It had no name, no specific face, just a childhood bedroom that felt too empty, a family that spoke in hushed tones around an absence. She had joined the Bureau to fill voids, to solve silences. This was the deepest silence she had ever encountered. "There's one person who might see the pattern we can't," Felix said, stubbing out the cigarette. "A man who thinks in designs, in collections. He's in the high-security wing of the Briarwood Asylum for the criminally insane. His name is Dr. Colton Marsh." The name was a whisper in the law enforcement community. Colton the cannibal, a brilliant psychiatrist who had, over a period of 3 years, murdered 7 of his own patients. He hadn't just killed them. He had diagnosed them with what he called spiritual cancers, and had, in his own words, excised the malignancy. He had then consumed specific organs, a symbolic ingestion of their perceived corruption. He was articulate, devastatingly charismatic, and had represented himself at trial, nearly swaying a juror with his calm, logical dissection of his own actions. He'd been found not guilty by reason of insanity and sent to Briarwood, where he remained the most dangerous and intelligent resident. "He's agreed to consult," Felix said, seeing the protest form in Elise's eyes. "Under specific conditions. He'll only speak to a fresh perspective, someone untainted by the cynicism of the field. He asked for a recruit. He asked for you." "Why?" The word left her lips, small and dry. "Because he's a spider," Felix replied. "And you're a new kind of fly." Briarwood smelled of industrial bleach, stale cabbage, and beneath it all, the sweet, cloying scent of human decay. Not of the body, but of the mind. The halls were too bright, the fluorescents humming a maddening, high-pitched song. Colton Marsh's cell was not a cell. It was a study. Books lined shelves bolted to the wall. Philosophy, anatomy, poetry, dense texts on semiotics and art history. He sat in a chair of molded plastic, but he sat in it like a king in a throne. Here he was perhaps 50, with silver-flecked hair swept back from a high, intelligent forehead. His eyes were a pale, watery blue, the color of a winter sky just before snow. He wore a simple gray jumpsuit, but it looked on him like a choice, a minimalist aesthetic. "Hagyant Vance," he said, his voice a warm, resonant baritone. It was the voice of a trusted therapist, a beloved professor. "Elise, may I call you Elise? Please sit. They'll leave us. We have much to discuss, and walls have ears but rarely minds." The guard retreated, leaving them in a booth of reinforced glass and steel mesh. Elise felt the weight of Colton's gaze. It was not a leer, not a threat. It was an appraisal. He was studying her architecture. "Jefferson," she began, her own voice sounding thin and reedy in comparison. "A pedestrian nom de guerre," Colton sighed, waving a languid hand. "But the work is sublime. You've seen the photographs. Not the ghastly crime scene prints, but the ones taken before your barbarians trampled the scene. The composition, the lighting. He is an artist of absence. He doesn't present death. He presents the moment just after life has departed, when the vessel is perfectly still, yet still warm with the echo of assault." Elise's stomach turned. "He's a murderer. He's holding a girl. We have 5 days. Time is the canvas, my dear," Colton said, leaning forward slightly. Veins on his wrists clinked softly, a tiny musical counterpoint to his words. "He doesn't see days on a calendar. He sees a scansion, a poetic meter. 7 feet dead. 7 days. The first is abduction, the shocking opening line. The last is presentation, the final perfect rhyme. The days in between are the internal rhythm, the beat of his preparation. He is stressing them, teaching them, reading to them. He is, in his mind, improving them. Denante da. How do you know this?" "Because I understand curation," Colton said simply. "I collected souls. He collects moments. It is a purer form of art, in a way, less messy. Now, tell me about the books, the lines." She recited them. Shakespeare, Melville Dunphy, Cather. Colton closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Not the lines, the themes. The first is love as a sickness, a consuming fever. The second is about the masks of reality, the horror behind the surface. The third is about the crushing, beautiful emptiness of the land. He is tracing a narrative, from the pathology of connection to the terror of truth, to desolation that follows revelation. He is writing Where's he building it? Elise asked, her pen poised over her notebook. That is the wrong question. The where is dictated by the what. He finds a place that embodies the text. The library was a temple of ordered dead love. The lighthouse was a mask of guidance over treacherous rocks. The silo was a monument to the barren harvest. He will have chosen a place for Ashlyn Voss that is a physical manifestation of the line he underlines for her. You must guess the next text. You must feel the landscape of his mind. Then, over the next 3 days, Elise lived in 2 worlds. The frantic, buzzing hive of the field office, with its maps and timelines and Hannah Voss's tear-streaked, furious face on a constant loop on the monitors, and the cold, quiet aquarium of Colton Marsh's intellect. He became her dark mentor. He taught her to see the crime scenes not as forensics puzzles, but as installations. He spoke of Jefferson with a mixture of professional admiration and profound, intimate understanding that chilled her to the marrow. Sometimes, in the middle of a sentence about poetic meter or architectural symbolism, she would catch him looking at her hands, at the pulse in her throat, with a quiet, hungry curiosity that had nothing to do with the case. She felt herself changing. The world began to look like a series of potential sets. A clock tower wasn't a clock tower. It was a monument to measured time, a perfect place for a victim themed with a line from dawn. A derelict theater was a palace of false faces, ripe for a quote from Wilde. She dreamed in tableaus, waking in a sweat, her own little finger throbbing with a phantom pain. On the 4th day, Colton gave her a gift. He will take a bone from the left hand, he murmured as she was about to leave. The little finger. It is the finger of Mercury, the communicator, the thief. He is taking their ability to tell his secret. He is stealing their voice. Look for a place about silence, Elise. A place where sound is stolen. No, so. That night, in the archive, drowning in maps of decommissioned buildings, it clicked. An old acoustics laboratory, built in the 1950s and abandoned in the 80s. A place designed to study sound, full of anechoic chambers, rooms that absorbed all echo, all reverberation, creating a silence so profound it could drive a person mad. A place of stolen sound. The perfect set. She presented it to Felix, her heart hammering. It felt like a betrayal. To use Colton's mind, to think like him, to earn this clue. They mobilized a SWAT team. The raid on the acoustics lab was a symphony of controlled violence, breaching charges and shouted commands shattering the legendary silence. They found the anechoic chamber. They found the book, a volume of Edgar Allan Poe, laid it on a stool. They found a length of silk rope, the same kind used to bind the previous victims. They found a small, sterilized surgical kit, but they did not find Ashlyn Voss. And they did not find Jefferson. He had been there. He had prepared the set, but the performance was canceled. He had been warned. The realization was a physical blow. The only people who knew about the lab were inside the investigation. There was a leak. The suspicion fell like a pall over the entire team. Felix's face was granite. Elise held Colton's invisible hand in the room, pulling strings from 20 miles away in his asylum study. She confronted him the next day, day 5. She was raw, sleep-deprived, the taste of failure like copper on her tongue. You knew, she accused, her voice trembling. You knew he'd be gone. You gave me the clue to test me, to test them, to find the leak. Colton smiled, a slow, terrible unfurling of genuine pleasure. Very good, Elise. You're learning. The mind is the only true landscape. I needed to know the shape of the opposition. Now I do. And so do you. Who is it? That is for you to discover. But time, as your broken clock knows, is elastic. It is also running out. You have 2 days. He will not deviate from his scansion. The presentation is everything. For Ashlyn, it will be the culmination, the final line of his masterpiece. He has moved her to a place of judgment. He would say no more. He simply watched her, his winter blue eyes drinking in her desperation, her dawning horror at her own dependence on him. She was dancing with a monster, and he was leading. On the sixth day, the leak was found. A junior agent, deep in debt, feeding information to a tabloid. He was arrested. The team was in tatters. Hannah Voss was on every channel, screaming about incompetence. And Elise sat in the empty interrogation room with the frozen clock, staring at the hands on 2:15. A suspended moment, a held breath. Judgment, verdict, died. The words circled in her head, sensing with the hum of the fluorescent light. She thought of courthouses, of gallows, of scales. Then she thought of mirrors. Jefferson's theme was about being seen. The final act would be about seeing oneself. The judgment would be self-administered. All the mirrors. A funhouse. There was an old shuttered carnival on the edge of the city. The Palace of Mirrors was its main attraction. Famous in its day, now a decaying relic. It was a cliché. It was too obvious. And yet, it was perfect. She didn't go to Felix. She didn't trust the chain of command anymore. She trusted only the dark logic Colton had planted in her mind. She went alone, her service weapon heavy on her hip. A betrayal of every protocol. The carnival at night was a skeleton picked clean by time. The Ferris wheel was a spiderweb against the bruised purple sky. The Palace of Mirrors was a long, low building, its paint peeled into leprous scabs. The door was padlocked, but the chain had been recently cut. She drew her gun, the click of the safety loud in the absolute quiet. Inside, it was a world of fractured darkness. Her flashlight beams splintered into 1,000 replicas, a crowd of terrified Elises stretching into infinity. The air was cold and smelled of damp plaster and old silvered glass. She moved slowly, her own reflections moving with her. A silent, multiplying army. In the heart of the maze, she found them. Ashlyn Voss was alive. She was seated on a simple wooden chair in a clearing of mirrors, dressed in a plain white shift. She was gaunt, her eyes hollow, but they were open, tracking Elise with a slow, drugged bewilderment. A book was on her lap, the complete works of Emily Dickinson. A single line was underlined in red on the open page. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. And standing behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders with a dreadful gentleness, was a man. He was ordinary. Mid-40s, clean-shaven, wearing dark trousers and a gray sweater. He looked like an accountant or a high school teacher. He was smiling at Elise's multiplied reflection. "Agent Vance," he said. His voice was soft, educated. "I wondered if it would be you. He said you had the eyes to see." "Step away from her, Jefferson," Elise said, aiming her gun, her voice echoing in a chorus from the walls. "Is that what you call me?" he asked, sounding faintly disappointed. "He calls me the final editor. I correct the flawed narratives. Ashlyn's story was one of shallow vanity. A life of curated Instagram posts and empty friendships. I have given her depth. I have given her a perfect, still ending. In a moment, she will join the collection. A tableau of courteous mortality. Isn't it sublime?" He held a syringe in his right hand, poised above Ashlyn's bare neck. Elise had a clear shot, but the mirrors. A million angles, a million possible deflections, a million ways to hit Ashlyn. "He's using you," Elise said, her eyes locked on his in the glass. "Colton, he's playing his own game. You're just a piece on his board." Is it you? No. Yes, sir. Jefferson's smile didn't waver. We are all pieces on someone's board, Agent. He understands the design. He told me you would too. That you feel the emptiness. That you want to fill the silence. You can lower your gun. You can watch. You can understand. In that moment, surrounded by a cosmos of her own fearful image, Elise did understand. She understood the seduction of the perfect, controlled ending. The desire to stop the messy, chaotic noise of life and arrange it into something beautiful and still. She felt it, a cold, inviting current pulling at her. She saw Colton's winter blue eyes in her mind approving. She fired. The sound was cataclysmic in the glass room. A spiderweb of cracks exploded across the mirror behind Jefferson. He jerked, not hit, but startled. Ashlyn screamed, a raw human sound that shattered the dreadful poetry of the scene. Elise fired again, not at him, but at the mirrors around him, creating a storm of splintering glass. Jefferson cried out, raising his arms against the shards. She rushed forward, not as an agent following procedure, but as a furious living contradiction to his still art. She tackled him, and they fell into a world of breaking glass. The aftermath was a blur of sirens, of Felix's relieved and furious face, of Ashlyn Voss sobbing wrapped in a foil blanket. Jefferson was captured, silent now, his design in ruins. The case was closed. A week later, Elise visited Briarwood one final time. She needed to close the loop, to look into the eyes of the architect. Colton Marsh was waiting for her. He looked pleased. I knew you had the capacity for decisive action, he said. You didn't just stop the play, you destroyed the theater. It was visceral, more my style than his in the end. And you manipulated him. You manipulated me. You knew where he was the whole time. Of course, Colton said. I wanted to see what you would do when the design was placed in your hands. Would you preserve it, or would you create your own? You created. I'm so proud. The words were a poison, seeping into her. This was your game, not his. You were bored. Boredom is the mother of all art, my dear. And you, Elise Vance, are a fascinating new medium. You have a vacancy inside you, a silence you've been trying to solve your whole life. You came to me to learn how to listen to a killer. But have you learned to listen to the quiet within yourself? She left, without answering. The frozen clock in the interrogation room was repaired the next day. Facilities finally came and replaced the mechanism. The hands began to move again, ticking off the seconds with a loud mechanical insistence that everyone in the office found strangely unnerving. Elise was promoted. She was given her own desk. The Jefferson case made her reputation. But at night, she would dream of mirrors. And in the dreams, she was not the rescuer. Sometimes she was the one in the chair, wearing a white shift. Sometimes she was the one holding the syringe, her face calm and purposeful. And sometimes she was simply one of the infinite reflections, watching, her expression a blank she could not decipher. A month after the carnival, a package arrived at her apartment. No return address. Inside, nestled in foam, was a small, clear specimen jar. Floating in sterile solution was a tiny, delicate bone, the distal phalanx of a human little finger. Beneath it was a slip of paper, with a single line of elegant, familiar handwriting. For your collection, a token of the voice you found, until the next silence. See, she did not report it. She placed the jar in the bottom drawer of her desk at home, behind her old case files. She does not look at it, but she knows it is there. And sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night, when the world holds its breath, she can feel its presence, a cold, tiny punctuation mark at the end of a sentence that has not yet been fully written. The case is closed. Clock ticks on, but the design, she knows, is never really finished. It simply awaits its next willing editor. The promotion came with a mandatory psych evaluation. Dr. Anya Sharma had kind eyes and a voice like warm honey. She asked about sleep patterns, about intrusive thoughts, about the dreams. Elise lied with the smooth, practiced ease of someone who had learned to curate her own mind. She spoke of closure, of the satisfaction of a solved case, of the healthy compartmentalization she had learned. She did not mention the jar. She did not describe the specific quality of the silence in her apartment now, a silence that felt less like an absence and more like a held breath, a listening presence. Dr. Sharma signed off on her fitness for duty. As Elise stood to leave, the doctor offered a final, soft observation. You have a remarkable capacity for immersion, Agent Vance. A gift for empathy, even in the darkest places. Just remember to come back. The shore is where we live. The shore. Elise nodded, smiling a tight, professional smile. But driving home, the word echoed. She didn't feel on any shore. She felt adrift in a deep, glassy sea. And the things moving in the depths below had familiar shapes. Work provided a temporary anchor. New cases, smaller ones. A drug-related homicide. A series of brutal armed robberies. The noise of it was a relief. Felix, though colder now, still trusted her instincts in the field. She was sharper than ever. She could see the patterns in the violence, the crude, greedy narratives. They bored her. Their messiness was without artistry, their motives transparent and dull. It was on a Tuesday, 3 months after the carnival, that she saw the first one, unseen photo, on a bulletin board for a different department. An elderly woman, a hoarder, found dead in her apartment of natural causes. It was the clutter that caught Elise's eye, the specific way the piles of newspapers and magazines had settled around the armchair where she died, as if the very chaos of her life had gently embraced her in the end. It was an accident of neglect, but it had a composition, a certain poignant balance. Elise stood too long, staring, until a clerk asked if she was okay. The second was a suicide. A young man in a city park by the duck pond. He had left his shoes neatly side by side on the bank. His wallet and phone stacked precisely on top of them. A note, simple and apologetic, weighted with a stone. The scene had a devastating clarity. A final, fastidious order imposed on the ultimate chaos. The responding officer saw tragedy. Elise saw intention. She saw the edit. She began to notice them everywhere. The world was full of unseen, unintended tableaus. A child's forgotten bicycle lying on its side in a rain puddle. The reflection in the water perfect and still. A flock of pigeons arranged on a power line at dusk, like musical notes on a staff. Each one felt like a whisper, a piece of a language only she was beginning to understand. Colton's voice was in her head, not as a memory, but as a filter through which she now perceived reality. You have the eyes to see. The package had been a seed. It was growing. She found herself driving past Briarwood on her way home from a court testimony. She didn't stop. She just slowed, looking up at the high, narrow windows of the asylum's east wing. She wondered which one was his study. She wondered if he was at the window, watching the road, waiting. The thought was not frightening. It was anticipatory. That night, she opened the bottom drawer. She did not take the jar out. She simply looked at it, the bone, a pale, delicate comma in its clear liquid. A token of the voice you found. Her hand went to her throat, to her own pulse. What was her voice saying now? It was narrating a story of competence and recovery. A story for Dr. Sharma and Felix and the world. But the silence beneath that story hummed a different tune. Her new case file landed on her desk with a thud. A missing person. A librarian this time. A man. 42. Fastidious, solitary diet. Last seen leaving work at his usual time. No signs of struggle at his immaculate apartment. Just an absence. On his nightstand, a book was found, left open as if interrupted. The Sheltering Sky by Paul Bowles. A single line was underlined, not in red, but in precise graphite gray. Because we don't know when we will die, we get to think of life as an inexhaustible well. Elise read the line. Then she read it again. She saw the high, endless desert sky of the book. She felt a vast, annihilating indifference. This was not love, or masks, or desolation. This was scale. The insignificance of a single life against the infinite. A new theme. A new story. Her heart was not pounding with dread. It was beating with a terrible, quiet certainty. This was not Jefferson. Jefferson was in a supermax, silent, his collection complete. This was someone new. A new editor. Or an old one, directing from a cell. She closed the file. She looked at the clock on the wall, a functional digital thing. It told the time, but it held no moments. The frozen clock was gone, but she carried its stilled hands inside her. She had a choice. She could take the file to Felix. They would begin the plotting, procedural work. They would likely find a librarian. Too late. Arranged in some forgotten place that embodied the desolation of the underlined text. Or she could get there first. Elise Vance picked up her car keys. The silence in her own head was perfect, crystalline. For the first time since the carnival, she knew exactly what to do. She would go to the scene of the disappearance. She would look with her new eyes. She would see the design before it was finished. She would walk into the story, not as a disruptor, but as a reader. A very attentive reader. The promotion, the desk, the life on the shore, it all receded. A faint, distant murmur. The deep, glassy sea was calm, and she was ready to swim. The librarian's apartment was a capsule of quiet order. Elise stood in the center of the living room, not touching anything, just letting the space speak. It was a different silence than the carnival's. Not fractured, but hushed, like a library after hours. Every book on the shelves was aligned, dust-free. The pillows on the sofa were plumped at symmetrical angles. A single African violet bloomed on the windowsill, perfectly tended. It was too perfect. A life this orderly didn't just vanish. It was curated, and then it was collected. She walked to the nightstand in the bedroom. The copy of The Sheltering Sky lay exactly as described. She didn't touch it, just leaned down to read the underlined sentence. The graphite was sharp, deliberate. She looked at the empty bed, made with military corners. He had read this line last. He had closed the book, perhaps, but left it open to this page. Or someone else had. Her eyes scanned the room. Nothing on the floor. No stray socks, no discarded glasses. Her gaze drifted to the closet. The door was ajar. She approached, using her pen to nudge it open fully. Inside, the clothes hung in a spectrum of grays and browns. Neat. Ordered. But on the floor of the closet, something was off. A slight gap in the baseboard. She knelt, ignoring the protocol screaming in her head. She pressed the edge of the trim. It gave way, a small hidden compartment swinging inward. Inside was not a secret. It was an offering, a single, archival-quality photograph. It showed a vast, empty landscape, white salt flats under a bleached sky. In the exact center of the frame, a tiny, dark figure stood, arms outstretched. The scale was immense, the human form almost swallowed by the void. It was terrifyingly beautiful. On the back, in the same elegant hand as the note that came with the bone, was written. The well is deep. The sky is shelter only for those who understand its indifference. Find him before the perspective is complete. It was a clue, a prompt. Colton was not just watching. He was guiding. He had known this would happen, or he had made it happen. He had created a new puzzle for her, a new story to step into. And the missing man, the fastidious librarian, was the subject. Where does a man who controls his small world go to understand scale? To feel his own smallness? The Salt Flats. It had to be a local place that mirrored that desolation. She thought of the old quarry on the city's outskirts, flooded and abandoned. A place of stark, water-filled cliffs and industrial ruin. A place of profound silence. She took the photograph. She did not bag it as evidence. She slipped it into her inner jacket pocket against her heart. It felt like a map and like a confession. She was not reporting this. She was following it. The quarry at dusk was a bowl of shadows. The water below was black glass, reflecting the dying light. Elise parked her car a mile away and walked the overgrown service road, her flashlight off, letting her eyes adjust. The silence here was different again. A geological silence, old and heavy. She found him on a broad, flat rock that jutted out over the water. The librarian. He was on his knees, facing the vast, dark expanse of the quarry pool. He was alive. His hands were not bound. They were clasped tightly in his lap, as if in prayer or profound concentration. He was perfectly still. She didn't call out. She moved closer, each step careful on the loose scree. 10 feet away, she saw the headphones over his ears. A thin wire ran from them to a small black digital player on the rock beside him. She recognized the make. It was the same kind Jefferson had used to play the whispered poetry to his victims. This was the culmination, not a physical binding, but a psychological one. He was being spoken to. He was being led to the edge of his own insignificance and asked to look down. Elise took another step. A twig snapped. The man's head turned slowly. In the gloom, his eyes were wide, glistening with tears. But his expression was serene. He looked at her not with fear, but with a kind of recognition. He lifted a single finger to his lips. Shh. Then he turned back to the water, to the immense, sheltering sky of night that was now swallowing the quarry whole. He was listening to the final lines. The final edit. She could tackle him. She could rip the headphones away. She could save the physical man. But the design, the perfect, terrible composition of his surrender would be shattered, and she would never hear what he was hearing. She would never know the full story. Elise Vance stood on the precipice, the cold quarry wind biting through her jacket. In her pocket, the photograph of the tiny figure in the vast salt flats seemed to burn. She looked at the kneeling man, a dark punctuation mark against the void. She looked at the player, the source of the invisible, guiding voice. Clock in her mind was not ticking. It was holding its breath, waiting for her to choose. Sure, or see. Slowly, quietly, she sat down on the cold rock, a few feet from him. She wrapped her arms around her knees and looked out at the same dark water. She did not speak. She did not intervene. She simply waited, listening to the external silence and to the new, terrifying voice rising within it, learning its cadence, ready to understand the final, perfect line. The player clicked off. The silence that followed was absolute, a vacuum. The man drew in a sharp, shuddering breath, as if surfacing from deep water. He remained kneeling, his shoulders beginning to tremble. Elise stood, her muscles stiff with cold and tension. She approached him, her steps now deliberate and loud on the stone. He didn't turn. She reached down and gently removed the headphones from his ears. He offered no resistance. "What did you hear?" she asked, her voice low but clear in the vast space. He blinked, his eyes focusing on her slowly, with difficulty. A voice, he whispered. It just described the rock, the walk, the age of it, my own heartbeat. It made it all sound so small and so peaceful. He looked at his hands, then back at the abyss. It said the most merciful thing was to become a part of the quiet. It's a lie, Elise said, but the words felt automatic, a script from the shore. The silence here felt more truthful. Is it? He looked at her, truly seeing her now. You're here. You heard it too, didn't you? And the way you're just standing there. She had no answer for that. Instead, she took his arm, firmly. Come on, it's over. He came without protest, docile as a sleepwalker. She led him back along the path, her flashlight now cutting a swath through the darkness. He stumbled once, and she caught him. His weight against her felt insubstantial, as if part of him had already been left behind on the rock. She called it in from her car, using her official phone. A missing person found, disoriented at the old quarry. No mention of the player, which was now in her trunk. No mention of the photograph in her pocket. She gave the coordinates and said she would wait with him. While they waited for the paramedics, the man sat in her passenger seat, wrapped in a blanket from her trunk. He stared straight ahead. He knew, the man said softly. The one who left the book. He knew I needed to hear that. How did he know? That's what I need to find out, Elise said. And it was the truth, but not the whole truth. She needed to find out how Colton had reached this man from within Briarwood. She needed to find out if this was a test for the librarian, or for her. The ambulance and a patrol car arrived, lights painting the trees in frantic red and blue. The procedural world rushed in, with its questions and its noise. She gave her statement, clean and edited. She said she'd had a hunch about the quarry as a place of isolation for a man of his temperament. Felix arrived, his face grim in the flashing lights. Good instinct, Vance, he said, but his eyes searched hers. You came out here alone. It was just a hunch. Didn't want to waste resources. She met his gaze, her own perfectly calm, a still surface. He's safe. That's what matters. He held her look for a beat too long, then nodded, turning to bark an order at a uniformed officer. He believed her, but he was remembering the glass room, the shattered mirrors. He was wondering if the cracks were still spreading. Back at her apartment, the silence was no longer empty. It was charged. She took the digital player from her trunk and placed it on her kitchen table. A simple, sleek device. She pressed play. A voice flowed out, not Colton's, but a neutral, soothing baritone. It described the quarry, the night, the universe's immense, uncaring beauty. It was a guided meditation into oblivion. The script was brilliant, a masterpiece of psychological seduction. At the very end, after a long pause, a different voice spoke, just 2 words. A familiar winter blue whisper. Well, Raid. Elise stopped the player. Her hands were steady. She took the photograph from her pocket and laid it beside the player. The tiny figure in the salt flats. The bone in the jar. A comma in a sentence. The underlined text in the book. They were all connected, a curriculum. Colton was teaching, and she was, willingly or not, his star pupil. He was showing her the grammar of silence, the syntax of surrender. She walked to the window, looking out at the sleeping city. A landscape of tiny, distant lights. Each light a life, a story of messy, chaotic noise. From here, it looked like a pattern, a beautiful, controlled pattern. The phone on her table buzzed. A text from an unknown number. It contained no words, just a geographic coordinate and a time. 4:00 a.m. She knew the place. An old, decommissioned observatory on the hill overlooking the city. a place built to listen to the silence of the stars. Elise looked at the clock. It was 2:17 a.m. The shore was a distant memory. The sea was calm and deep and waiting. She picked up her car keys, her movements fluid, decisive. The next chapter of her education was about to begin. Story 5. The line between the shadow of the colonnade and the white, searing heat of the Piazza San Pietro was not a line at all. It was a slow bleed, a gradual surrender of cool stone to the oppressive Roman sun. For Professor Johnny Thorne, standing in that ambiguous margin, it felt like the only honest thing in the city. Everything else was a facade, a layer of guilt and piety over a bedrock of older, darker things. He watched the tourists cross from light into shadow, their faces shifting from squints to placid smiles, as if they had passed through a veil into another world. He knew the feeling. His world, the quiet, dust-moted realm of academic symbology, had been breached a week ago by a different kind of shadow, one that carried the scent of ozone and old blood. The call had come from a woman named Joanne Silvestri, a particle physicist from CERN, her voice a tight frequency of controlled panic. Something had been stolen. Not data, not blueprints, but a device, a prototype so theoretical it barely had a name. They called it the resonance emitter. In the wrong hands, it wasn't a weapon. It was a blasphemy. It could, she explained in a hushed, technical liturgy, induce a state of targeted, catastrophic harmonic vibration in any material whose resonant frequency was known. Stone, for instance. The specific ancient stones of a particular, revered building. Now, in Rome, the line blurred further. The message left for him at his pension was not written on paper. It was carved, shallow but precise, into the wax seal of a bottle of cheap wine. A symbol. The sigillum Dei, the seal of God. A complex geometric figure used by Renaissance magicians like John Dee to commune with angels. But this one was wrong. A single line was out of place, turning a symbol of divine protection into a key. Or a target. He found Joanne by the Trevi fountain, not tossing a coin, but staring at the water as if it were a problem in fluid dynamics. She was younger than he expected, with a severe dark bob and eyes that missed nothing, calibrating the world around her into quantifiable inputs. She wore her tension like a lab coat, stiff and professional. "They're here," she said without greeting. "They've been here for centuries. My device is just a new psalm in their very old hymn book." "Who?" Johnny asked, though the carved seal in his pocket felt suddenly heavy. "The Order of the Unspoken Name," she whispered. The name hung between them, swallowed by the roar of the fountain. A heretical sect thought to have been purged in the 1600s. They don't believe in a spiritual church. They believe in a material one. That the power of faith is not metaphysical, but a physical energy, a vibration that has accumulated in the sacred sites, in the artifacts, in the very bones of the saints over millennia. They don't... Johnny felt the ground of his own expertise shift. Symbols were not just signs to him. They were living history, the fingerprints of human thought. This was that thought turned parasitic, cancerous. The resonance emitter. It wouldn't just collapse a building. It would... What? Capture that energy. Drain it, Joanne corrected, her voice flat. Like siphoning gasoline. And the densest concentration of that energy, according to their dogma, is not in the basilica itself. It's in the Sistine Chapel during a conclave, when every living cardinal is gathered in one room, praying, electing a pope, the focused faith of the princes of the church. To them, it's a supernova of raw power. The investigation was a silent, sideways crawl through the city's secret veins. They moved not through streets but through cloisters, through the dank, echoing spaces beneath churches, along the Passetto, the ancient escape route of popes. Their dialogue was sparse, a series of urgent, quiet statements. The carving, it's a map. The misplaced line points east, Johnny said, tracing a finger over a photograph in the archives of the Vatican Library, the smell of crumbling vellum and despair thick in the air. Towards the Basilica of San Clemente, Joanne replied, checking a tablet. The layered church, built on a mithraeum, built on a Roman house. Layers upon layers, hiding places. In the lower level of San Clemente, the cool, damp mithraeum with its pagan altar to a slaughtered bull, they found the next clue. Not a symbol, but a sound. A modern electrical hum, buried behind the ancient stones. Behind a false wall, in a room that smelled of sterile metal and static, they found a makeshift lab. Wires snaked from car batteries to the stolen device. A sinister, polished obelisk of black metal and crystalline nodes. It was cold to the touch. Empty. A staging post. A security guard found them. Not a Vatican gendarme, but a man in a simple black suit. His eyes like chips of flint. He didn't ask questions. He drew a pistol with a sound like a final sigh. The shot, when it came, was not from his gun. It was a soft thud from the darkness of the tunnel entrance, and the guard folded silently to the stone floor. A figure emerged, clad in the simple black cassock and white fascia of a priest, but his face was that of a soldier, grim and efficient. He was Agent Moretti, Vatican Security. "You are both in more danger than you can possibly understand," he said, his voice low. "The order is not outside. It is inside. It has always been inside." The revelation unspooled, not with a bang, but with a dreadful, quiet clarity. The trail of symbols, the access to the restricted sites, the logistical nightmare of hiding a weapon of such size. It pointed not to an invading force, but to a custodian. To a man who walked the hallowed halls as a matter of duty and privilege. Edwin, the Camerlengo, the chamberlain who runs the Vatican during the interregnum. A man of profound, aching faith, who had come to believe the church was a dying star, its light fading in the modern world. The order had found him, a man drowning in devotion, and offered him a perverse salvation, not to destroy the church, but to reboot it, to use the stolen energy, the harvested faith of the conclave, to create a moment of such shocking, miraculous catastrophe, a controlled, non-lethal collapse of the chapel's vault, a reign of Michelangelo's plaster prophets that would harm no one, but would shake the world, that a new, purified, and immensely powerful faith would be proven quantifiably to be a force of nature. And he who controlled the apparatus, the order and their puppet Camerlengo, would control that force. The climax was not a chase. It was a convergence, a slow, terrible walk into the heart of the machine. The conclave had begun. The Sistine Chapel was sealed, extra omnes. The cardinals were inside, a sea of scarlet beneath the gaze of God and Adam. Johnny and Joanne, guided by Moretti through service tunnels that hummed with hidden pipes, could feel the thrum of the emitter before they saw it. It was installed in a forgotten ossuary, a room of skulls and femurs stacked like cordwood directly beneath the chapel floor. The air tasted of copper and bone dust. Clinton, the head of the order, was there. He was not a monster, but a scholar, a man with the gentle eyes of a librarian and the absolute certainty of a fanatic. He stood beside the humming device, whose nodes now glowed with a sickly internal light. The Camerlengo, Edwin, knelt nearby, praying, his face a mask of ecstatic torment. "You see the beauty of it, Professor," Clinton said, his voice almost loving. "For centuries, faith has been a whisper in the dark, Today, we give it a voice that will shatter mountains. There was no fight. Moretti raised his weapon, but the confrontation was of ideas, hurtling towards a physical, irreversible point. Joanne, the scientist, did not argue theology. She argued physics. The energy signature is unstable. Your calculations are based on Dies Mona's hieroglyphica, but you've misinterpreted the alchemical notation for spirit as a scalar constant. It's a variable. You're not going to harvest the faith. You're going to trigger a chain reaction in the silica of the frescoes. You'll release a crystalline aerosol, a neurotoxin. You want get up? The Camerlengo's had snapped up, his eyes wide with a horror more profound than damnation. He had risked his soul for a renewal, not for a slaughter. In that moment of shattered conviction, he moved. Not towards them, but towards the machine. Clinton shouted. Moretti fired. But Edwin was already upon the emitter, not to disable it with knowledge he didn't have, but with the desperate physical act of a penitent. He wrapped his arms around the glowing central column, as if embracing a cross. The machine did not explode. It sounded, a deep subsonic pulse that vibrated up through the bones of the floor, through the teeth in their jaws. The glow intensified, then inverted, sucking the light from the room for a terrifying second before vanishing completely. The hum died. The machine went dark, a dead, cold artifact. Edwin slumped to the floor, his cassock smoking slightly, his eyes vacant, the life and the madness drained from him. The harmonic resonance, Joanne would later theorize, had been catastrophically redirected, absorbed and dissipated by the sudden, chaotic introduction of a living, dying conductor. The faith of the cardinals above remained their own. The ending was not neat. It was a long, slow dilution. In the days that followed, the official story was one of a failed electrical system, a small fire contained in a sub-basement. The Camerlengo's tragic death was attributed to a heart condition. Clinton and his laboratory scientists vanished into the Vatican's own labyrinthine justice, a quiet oblivion from which they would never emerge. Johnny stood again in the Piazza San Pietro, a week later. The line between shadow and light was sharp now in the cool morning air. The scare was over. The world was safe. Joanne had returned to Geneva, her report a masterpiece of obfuscation. They did not say goodbye, only nodded to each other. Two specialists who had contained a breach in a reality the public could never know. Moretti found him there. The agent looked tired, his soldier's bearing softened by a deep, unspoken fatigue. The machine? Johnny asked, the professor in him needing to close the file. It's destroyed? Moretti looked out at the obelisk, the great arms of the colonnade. It is in a place where it can never be found. But the knowledge, Professor, the idea, that is not so easily dismantled. The order is a ghost. You cannot kill a ghost. You can only hope it forgets the way back. Merde. He walked away, leaving Johnny alone on the perfect, immutable line. Johnny did not leave Rome immediately. He found himself, one afternoon, in the back of the Sistine Chapel. It was open to tourists again. He looked up at the ceiling, at the vibrant, tumultuous story of creation and fall. He saw the cracks, the fine hairline fractures in the plaster that had always been there. A natural consequence of time. But now, to his eye, they seemed to pulse with a faint, imagined rhythm. He watched the faces of the tourists, their jaws slack with awe, their whispers rising in a gentle human wave. Was it just admiration? Or was it something else? A low, collective frequency of wonder, of belief, gathering in the sacred space, soaking into the ancient stones, waiting. He left before the tour group moved on, stepping out of the cool, painted shadow into the Roman sun. The boundary felt certain again, but the certainty, he knew, was the greatest illusion of all. The mystery was not solved. It had merely been reset, ticking quietly down in the dark, waiting for the next scholar, the next fanatic, to read the symbols and blur the line once more. The city held its breath, and its secrets, and the story was over, and it would never be over. The wine was terrible. Johnny sat at a small cafe table on a side street near the Pantheon, the same cheap vintage from the sealed message bottle now poured into a cloudy glass. He drank it as a penance, or a reminder. The sigillum Dei fragment, the wax seal, was in a Ziploc bag in his pocket, a mundane prison for an impossible thing. His flight was in 6 hours. The university expected a report on his sudden research sabbatical. He had no idea what he would say. The truth was a locked room in his mind, and he had thrown away the key. A shadow fell across the table. Not Moretti's. This one was softer, draped in simple, travel-worn wool. It was an older man, with a kind, weathered face and eyes that held a peculiar, piercing gentleness. He wore the collar of a parish priest, not a Vatican functionary. "Professor Thorne," the man said, his English lightly accented. "Might I join you? I am Father Mateo." Johnny gestured to the empty chair, a knot of tension tightening in his stomach. The man sat, ordered an espresso, and did not speak until it arrived. He took a slow sip, then set the tiny cup down with a precise click. "You have been walking in deep places," Father Mateo said finally. "You have seen the machinery some believe lies behind the tapestry. It is a frightening thing." "Is that a confession?" Johnny asked, his voice harder than he intended. The priest smiled, a sad, understanding curve of his lips. "No, an observation. Agent Moretti is a good man, but he sees threats. It is his vocation. I see something else. I see a man who has witnessed a heresy not of belief, but of method. The order believed they could measure the immeasurable. A common, if dangerous, vanity. Johnny swirled the bitter wine. "They almost did. Did they?" Father Mateo leaned forward slightly. The Camerlengo embraced the machine. His faith, however twisted, was the catalyst that broke the system. Was that faith part of their calculation? Could any of their mathematics account for a single desperate act of love for the church? I think not. The professor fell silent. He had replayed the moment in the ossuary 100 times. The chaotic variable, the human element. "Why are you here, Father?" "To thank you, and to warn you." The priest's gentle eyes held his. "Moretti is correct. The idea is alive. But ideas need vessels. You are now a vessel. You have seen the blueprint. It will live in you, in your dreams, in the way you look at every cathedral, every ancient stone. The order may be scattered, but the temptation is eternal. It will seek out new minds." Johnny thought of Joanne, back at her particle colliders, seeking God in the spin of subatomic debris. He thought of himself, seeking truth in dusty symbols. They were all in their way hungry. "What do I do?" Father Mateo finished his espresso and stood. "You live. You remember that the line you stood upon is not between shadow and light, but between mystery and the arrogant desire to solve it. Some doors, Professor, should remain closed, not because of what might get out, but because of what we might lose if we force our way in. The wonder, the awe, the choice to believe without a meter reading. And he placed a small, plain wooden cross on the table. A reminder, not of what you fought, but of what they were trying to steal. Goodbye, Professor. Pray, even if you do not believe. It is a good habit." The priest melted into the stream of tourists. Johnny stared at the cross, then at the empty espresso cup. He paid his bill and walked towards the river, the seal in his pocket, the cross in his hand. At the airport, security stopped him. The wax seal in the plastic bag raised flags. A stern officer held it up to the light. "What is this?" "A souvenir," Johnny said. "A fake, from a market.I." The officer, a practical man, saw no wires, no threat, only a lump of red wax with some nonsense scratched into it. He tossed it into a bin of confiscated items. Next time, buy a postcard. The weight in his pocket was gone. He felt only a slight, surprising emptiness. On the plane, as it climbed over the eternal city, he looked down at the tapestry of history and myth. He held the simple wooden cross, feeling the grain of it under his thumb. He did not pray, but he held the space for it, a quiet, defiant margin against the noise of the world and the silent, ticking ghost of an idea. The story was over. His part in it was done. And somewhere, in a library or a lab, a mind was turning, a symbol was being redrawn, and the line was beginning to bleed once more. The emptiness in his pocket was a relief, but the one in his mind was not so easily filled. Back at his university office, surrounded by the familiar scent of old paper and dust, the world felt thin, like a worn photocopy of itself. He wrote his report, a bland narrative of archival dead ends and personal illness. His colleagues accepted it with sympathetic nods. Life in the quiet groves of academe resumed its placid rhythm, but he could not read a medieval text now without seeing potential circuitry. A rose window was no longer just a symbol of the Virgin. It was a diagram of resonant frequencies. The quiet of the library became a hum of latent energy. Father Mateo had been right. He was a vessel. He tried to contact Joanne. Her Geneva number was disconnected. A polite, automated email from CERN stated that Dr. Joanne Armitage was on an indefinite leave of absence for personal reasons. She had vanished as completely as Clinton's order. 3 months passed. Autumn bleached the New England sky. Johnny taught his classes, attended faculty meetings, and felt the perfect line beneath his feet, erode into sand. The wooden cross sat on his desk, a paperweight holding down the ghosts of unread papers. The package arrived on a Tuesday. It bore no return address, only a Swiss postmark. It was a small, heavy cube, expertly packed in foam. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was a stone. Not just any stone. It was a fragment of lapis lazuli, the deep, celestial blue crushed and veined with pyrite's fool's gold. It was polished on one side, and into that polished face was incised a single, minute symbol. It was the Mona's hieroglyphica, but altered. The central point was missing, leaving an empty circle. There was no note. None was needed. It was a message and a key. The missing point was the variable. The emptiness was the invitation. His hands did not shake as he held it. A cold clarity settled over him. Joanne was not in hiding. She was working. She had taken the shattered blueprint and started her own equations. Not to harvest faith, but perhaps to map it, to quantify the very wonder Father Mateo had spoken of. To solve the mystery, after all. And she had sent him this, a scholar of symbols, because she needed a translator. She was standing before the door, and she was asking him to help her open it. He looked from the glowing blue stone to the plain wooden cross on his desk. 2 different kinds of truth. 2 different kinds of prison. That evening, he walked to the campus chapel. It was a modern, nondescript building. He sat in a back pew. A handful of students were scattered in silent prayer or contemplation. He felt nothing. No thrum, no resonance. Just the quiet of a Tuesday night. He closed his eyes and did not pray for guidance. He prayed for blindness, for the bliss of ignorance, for the solid, immutable line to reform beneath his feet. When he opened his eyes, a student was lighting a votive candle. The small flame flared, then steadied, casting a tiny, unwavering pool of light in the vast, quiet dark. It was a choice, a fragile human-made point of light against an infinite unknown. He knew then he would go to Switzerland, not to stop Joanne, and not to help her, but to see. To be a witness. To stand on the new line that was already being drawn, not in stone or wax, but in data and light. The ghost of the idea had not forgotten its way back. It had simply found a new vessel, and it was calling him home. He pieced the lapis lazuli fragment in his pocket, where the seal had once been. It felt heavier. He left the chapel, and did not look back at the candle's small, defiant flame. The night air was cold, and the stars were hidden by clouds. The story was not over. It was just a new paragraph, waiting for its first, inevitable word. The train to Geneva was a silver bullet through the alpine night. Johnny stared at his reflection in the dark window, superimposed over rushing blackness and occasional clusters of distant, lonely lights. The lapis lazuli was a cold, hard presence against his thigh. He had not decided what to say to her, or what he would do. He was a professor chasing a footnote into a new, uncharted chapter. He found the address not at CERN, but in a nondescript industrial park on the outskirts of the city. The unit was leased to a holding company with a name that meant nothing. The door was reinforced steel with a keycard scanner. As he stood before it, hesitating, the lock clicked open with a buzz. The interior was a shock of light and order. It was a laboratory, but unlike any he had seen. One wall was lined with servers, their LEDs blinking like a silent symphony. In the center of the room stood a new emitter, or a descendant of one. It was smaller, more refined, its nodes not crude iron, but polished ceramic and silver. Wires snaked from it to interfaces that monitored brainwave patterns, heart rates, galvanic skin response. And surrounding it, on simple wooden chairs, were people, a dozen or so. They wore ordinary clothes. They sat in silence, their eyes closed, electrodes fixed to their temples. They were not cardinals. They were volunteers. Joanne stood at a bank of monitors, her back to him. Her hair was shorter. She looked thinner, carved down to a sharp, essential edge by obsession. "You use my research," Johnny said. His voice echoed in the high, clean space. She turned. There was no surprise in her face, only a profound fatigue. "I used the flaw. Clinton's flaw. The variable." She gestured to the screens where cascading data streams pulsed in gentle waves. He thought faith was a uniform energy to be captured. It's not. It's a pattern of cognitive dissonance, a measurable neurological state of surrender to the unprovable. It's not in the stone, Johnny. It's in the mind, and it can be induced. He looked at the serene faces of the volunteers. "What are you doing to them?" "Nothing. They're meditating. Praying, if they prefer the term. We're listening. We're mapping the signature of transcendence." She walked toward him, her eyes alight with a terrible, beautiful clarity. "Don't you see? This is the opposite of the order. They wanted to weaponize all. I want to understand it, to prove that this feeling, this thing that has built civilizations and started wars, is real. Not a supernatural force, but a human potential, a faculty." "And then what?" Johnny asked, the words of Father Mateo echoing in his skull. "Some doors should remain closed. Then we know," she said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "We finally know." One of the volunteers, a middle-aged woman, let out a soft sigh. On her monitor, a particular waveform spiked, a harmonious convergence of disparate rhythms. A soft, pearlescent glow emanated from the central node of the machine. Not the sickly light of the ossuary, but a clean moonbeam radiance. It lasted for 3 seconds. The data streams peaked in a stunning, synchronous crescendo. Then it faded. The woman opened her eyes, tears tracing quiet paths down her cheeks. "I felt it," she whispered. "I felt him." Joanne's face was triumphant. "You see? No collapse, no toxin, Just a moment of pure recorded grace. Johnny felt the divide within himself crack open. The scholar in him was dazzled. This was the breakthrough of a lifetime, the bridge between the material and the ineffable. The man who had stood in the Sistine Chapel, who had held the wooden cross, felt a deep, grieving chill. She had not built a weapon. She had built a mirror, and in proving the feeling was real, she was rendering the choice to believe obsolete. Faith became a documented neurological event, a trick of the brain, beautiful, but quantifiable. "You're making it a science," he said, his voice hollow. "I'm making it true," she corrected. He understood then why she had called him. She needed a chronicler from the other side, a man of symbols to help interpret the data into a language the world could accept. She was offering him a place on the frontier of a new reality. He looked from her eager, exhausted face to the volunteers, now stirring from their session, sharing soft, wondrous smiles. They had touched something beautiful. They had proof. He thought of the Camerlengo, embracing the machine to save his church, and perverting his faith in the process. This was the opposite, and somehow the same. He reached into his pocket and felt the cool, smooth lapis lazuli. The empty circle. He took it out and placed it on the console beside her keyboard. "The variable isn't in the symbol, Joanne," he said quietly. "And it isn't in the brain. It's in the space between. The choice. You're about to close that space forever." He turned and walked toward the door. She didn't call after him. The only sound was the hum of the servers and the gentle, happy murmurs of the volunteers, basking in the afterglow of their measured miracle. Outside, the alpine air was knife-sharp. He had no destination. He had crossed a line to get here, and now he was stranded in the no-man's land between mysteries. He started walking down the empty street, the sound of his footsteps the only answer in the dark. The story was writing itself, and he had just stepped out of the sentence. He was a footnote again. It was, he realized, the only honest place to be. The footnote walked for hours, until the industrial glow faded and the true dark of the countryside enveloped him. He found a small, closed train station and sat on a cold bench, watching the stars emerge from behind the retreating clouds. The clarity of the mountains was a brutal contrast to the murk within. He had fled the lab not out of moral certainty, but from a profound lack of it. Joanne's sin was not malice, but a devastating kindness. Who wouldn't want proof of a benevolent universe? Who wouldn't want to see the wiring behind the magic show? But to see the wires was to never see the magic again. A late-night local train, nearly empty, rattled to a stop. He boarded without thinking, letting it carry him back toward the city lights. As the train clattered through tunnels and over bridges, he understood the true nature of the ghost in the machine. It wasn't Clinton's design or Joanne's refinement. It was the human hunger for an end to doubt. That hunger was the perpetual motion machine, the unstoppable idea. It would outlive every device built to feed it. He got off at Geneva's main station, a cavern of echoing footsteps and artificial light. In the restroom, he splashed cold water on his face. The man in the mirror was a stranger, etched with a fatigue deeper than jet lag. He had come to witness, and he had. The new paragraph was being written in clean, clinical prose. He was not part of it. His phone buzzed in his pocket. An unknown number. He answered. "Professor." It was Moretti's voice, stripped of its usual bureaucratic sheen, replaced by a grim urgency. "You are in Geneva." It wasn't a question. Johnny didn't bother asking how he knew. "I'm leaving. A suggestion. Do so quickly." The Industrial Park, Unit 7. There was an incident an hour ago. Johnny's blood went cold. What kind of incident? A containment failure. Not of a physical substance, of an idea. Moretti paused, and Johnny could hear the strain. One of the volunteers, a bank clerk, a quiet man. After his session, he walked to the Cathedral of Saint-Pierre. He is now on the roof, preaching to the empty square. He claims the angels showed him the mathematics of grace. He is drawing equations in chalk on the slates. The police are baffled. He is perfectly, radiantly coherent. As you won't even... The ghost wasn't just in the machine. It was in the wild. It had found a susceptible heart and bloomed. Joanne's work. It's a leak in a dam we did not know was there. Moretti finished. She aimed a flashlight into the dark, Professor. She did not realize some things in the dark enjoy the light. They start to move towards it. The call ended. Johnny stood frozen, the water still dripping from his chin. He thought of the volunteer's blissful face, the spike of data, the 3 seconds of pearlescent light. A moment of pure recorded grace. But grace, when quantified and isolated, could become a pathogen. A beautiful, maddening virus of absolute certainty. He left the station. In the distance, the silhouette of St. Pierre was etched against the night sky. He did not walk toward it. He walked away, toward the airport. He was a footnote, and his only remaining duty was to disappear into the margin. As he walked, he understood the final, terrible elegance of it all. The Order had tried to bottle faith and failed. Joanne had tried to map it and succeeded, only to release something she could not control. The line was not just bleeding. It was dissolving. The mystery was fighting back, not with shadows, but with a light so bright it burned reason to ash. His flight was early morning. He would go home. He would look at his students, and he would teach them about symbols and history. And he would never tell them that the symbols were now alive, that history was a current, not a record. He would hold the wooden cross, and he would keep the space, the silent, stubborn margin where choice, however fragile, still lived. The story was not over. It was propagating, in a lab, on a cathedral roof, in the quiet of 1,000 seeking minds. It would never be over. He found a bench in a deserted airport corridor, closed his eyes, and waited for the dawn. The only prayer left was for the courage to not know, and to be at peace in the not knowing. It was the hardest prayer of all. The airport intercom announced his flight. The voice was calm, automated, a sound from the old world. He boarded, found his window seat, and watched as Switzerland fell away beneath a blanket of cloud. He slept a deep, dreamless sleep. And when he woke over the Atlantic, the sun was rising, turning the cloud floor into a featureless plain of white. A clean slate. The emptiness awaited him. His office, his books, his routines. He performed them with a new precision, a kind of respectful mimicry of the man he had been. He avoided the news, but the digital world has a way of seeping through cracks. A week after his return, a small article in an obscure scientific journal crossed his desk. It was a theoretical paper on neurotheological resonance, published by a research collective in Liechtenstein. The language was cautious, the claims modest. It was a seed. He recognized the mathematical models in the footnotes. They were Joanne's. There was no mention of rooftop preachers or containment failures. The dam, it seemed, had been patched, for now. The ghost was being dressed in respectable clothing, ushered into the halls of peer review. This was how it would happen, he realized. Not with a bang, but with a PDF dive. Spring came to the campus. He was grading papers when a knock came at his open door. A student, one of his better ones, hovered nervously. She held a book, a dense tome on Gnostic symbolism. "Professor, I'm sorry to bother you. I was hoping you could clarify something." She opened the book to a marked page, showing an ancient, complex sigil. This symbol of the pleroma, the fullness. The text says the early Gnostics believed it was a map to a state of knowing that would dissolve the illusion of the material world. But wouldn't that make it a kind of self-destruct mechanism for reality? Why seek that? He looked at the intricate lines of the sigil. It was not the Monas, but it spoke the same language. He thought of the volunteer on the roof, chalk in hand, seeing the numbers behind the veil. He thought of the bliss on the woman's face in the lab, a self-destruct mechanism for a painful, uncertain reality. Who wouldn't be tempted? They weren't seeking to destroy the world, he said, choosing his words with more care than he ever had. They were seeking to see what was behind it. The danger isn't in the seeing. It's in forgetting that the map is not the territory. The symbol is not the thing. Once you confuse the two, you can get lost. She nodded, but her eyes were still clouded with the beautiful, dangerous desire for a clean answer. He had seen that look before, in a mirror, in a lab in Geneva. He sent her away with a gentle suggestion to focus on the historical context. After she left, he took the wooden cross from his desk drawer. The grain was smooth from his worrying. He looked out at the quad, where students lounged in the sun, laughing, arguing, living in the glorious, messy, unquantifiable world of choices and consequences. The margin. He placed the cross in his pocket, a counterweight to the memory of the lapis lazuli. That evening, he returned to the campus chapel. He did not sit in the pew. He walked to the front and lit a single votive candle. He watched the flame, a tiny chaotic dance of chemistry and oxygen, utterly predictable and utterly unique. It cast its light, not to illuminate some grand truth, but simply because it was burning. He did not pray for understanding. He did not pray for protection. He whispered 2 words into the quiet, a mantra for the new age that was dawning, whether anyone named it or not. Remember choice. Then he blew the candle out, accepting the sudden, total dark. He turned and walked back out into the twilight, where the first stars were beginning to appear, pinpricks of ancient light in a vast and patient uncertainty. The story was everywhere now. His part was to tend his small, quiet corner of the margin, and to keep the flame of the question alive. It was enough. It would have to be. Story 6. The chair was a standard issue of the Musée des Archives Nationales, a simple wooden armchair with a faded green leather seat, the kind found in 100 reading rooms across the city. Its only remarkable feature was a single, long scratch across the right arm, a pale wound in the dark oak, as if something with a sharp, impatient point had been dragged repeatedly across the grain. It was this scratch that Professor Alistair Kingston found himself staring at, instead of the body on the floor. The body was Griffin Vane, a man he had known for 20 years. A man now splayed like a discarded marionette between 2 towering shelves of medieval tax records. But the scratch on the chair held a more immediate, more intimate violence. It spoke of tension, of a hand gripping the wood so tightly a ring or a watch might have scored it, a moment of supreme pressure before the final act. It was a detail everyone else had missed, a silent witness in a room now loud with the low hum of police radios and the smell of old paper undercut by the coppery scent of blood. Griffin had been a curator of esoteric manuscripts, a keeper of secrets written in lamb's blood and oak gall ink. His death was not a robbery. The priceless folio he had been studying, a 14th century treatise on the geometry of Solomon's temple, lay undisturbed on the desk, weighted by a smooth black stone. He had been killed by a single, precise thrust from a narrow blade, something like a stiletto or a ceremonial dagger between the 3rd and 4th ribs. The Paris police saw a scholarly dispute gone wrong, or a random act of madness. Kingston saw a punctuation mark, a full stop at the end of a sentence he had only just begun to read. The woman who arrived as the gendarmes were finishing their notes was Deborah Cole. She moved through the archival gloom like a shadow given purpose, her face a mask of pale composure. She was a cryptologist for a private security firm, and Griffin Vane had been her godfather. She did not look at the body, not directly. Her eyes, a gray as cool as riverstone, took in the room. The position chair, the open book, the black stone paperweight. The lack of struggle. She walked to Kingston, whom she knew by reputation only. "He called me last night," she said, her voice low and steady. "He said if anything happened, I was to find you. He said you would understand the inverse lamentation. He said to look for the stone that is not a stone." The police dismissed them with the weary air of functionaries dealing with grief-stricken intellectuals. But in the hushed, smoke-tinged air of a cafe on the Rue des Archives, Kingston and Deborah began to piece together the first fragments. The stone was the paperweight, which Deborah confirmed was not basalt, but polished hematite. Under a strong light from Kingston's keychain, fine lines became visible on its surface, not scratches, but intentional, microscopic engraving. It was a map of the stars as they were positioned on the night of the spring equinox in 1314, the date Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, was burned at the stake. The inverse lamentation was a reference to a painting Griffin had been obsessed with, a minor Giotto fresco in the lower church of Assisi depicting the mourning of Christ, but with a curious anomaly. One of the weeping angels held a scroll with Hebrew lettering that spelled not a lament, but a celebration of hidden wisdom. This was the first clue. It led them to the catacombs beneath the Paris Observatory, where Griffin had rented a private vault. Inside was not gold or jewels, but a library of heresy. Texts on the Cathars, the Rosicrucians, the Priory of Sion, and at the center, a modern notebook, Griffin's cipher journal. Deborah's fingers flew over the pages, her mind untangling the layers of code. A blend of Atbash cipher, musical notation, and architectural schematics. It spoke of a testament of light, a document purportedly dictated by Christ himself to Mary Magdalene. Not a spiritual treatise, but a philosophical and scientific revelation. A blueprint for a consciousness unshackled by dogma. It spoke of a lineage of protectors, of which Griffin was the latest. And it spoke of the custodians of the silent word, a secret society embedded within the very structures of the church, dedicated to ensuring such a testament never saw the light of day. Their investigation became a nocturnal pilgrimage through a Paris of shadows and symbols. They decoded clues hidden in the stained glass of Sainte-Chapelle, in the floor mosaics of the Louvre medieval basement, in the arrangement of statues on the facade of Notre Dame. Each step was a tightening of the air around them. They were followed by a presence that was little more than the shift of a silhouette in a rain-slicked window, the echo of a footstep a moment after their own stopped. Kingston, the rational symbologist, found the edges of his world fraying. The city transformed into a grand cryptogram, every gargoyle a potential sentry, every alley a stroke in a vast, menacing letter. They found their assassin in the silent library of the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. He was a man named Jared, dressed in the simple robes of a Benedictine lay brother, his face gaunt and etched with a terrible serenity. He did not run. He sat at a carrel, an open psalter before him. "You are tracing the path of the wound," he said, his voice a dry whisper. "I was the knife, but I am not the hand that held it." He confessed to killing Griffin, calling it a merciful silencing to prevent a greater sin, the unraveling of faith itself. He spoke of his orders coming from a man known only as Clyde, a voice on the phone, a shadow in a confessional. Jared was a weapon of faith, believing his act would save millions from the despair of a world without divine mystery. As the police took him, he looked at Kingston with pity. "You seek to illuminate, Professor, but some vaults are meant to stay sealed, for the light inside is a fire that consumes." The trail, through Jared's scant information and Griffin's notes, led to Rome, to the quiet, powerful offices within the Vatican's apostolic palace. Here, they were received not by monsters, but by elegant, tired men in fine wool cassocks. Cardinals and monsignors who spoke of tradition, of the fragility of belief, of the pastoral duty to protect the flock from truths it could not digest. They confirmed the existence of the custodians, not as a cabal of villains, but as a necessary, sorrowful order within the Church's historical body. The testament of light, if it exists, is not a text, said the eldest, his hands folded like pale birds on the polished desk. It is a key to a door that must remain locked. Griffin Vane wished to turn that key. He was not murdered for knowledge, Professor Kingston. He was stopped for love. The love of a stable world. But Griffin's clues pointed further, deeper than even these powerful men knew. The final puzzle led back to France, to the ruined fortress of Montségur, the last refuge of the Cathars. On the dawn of the spring equinox, in the exact spot where the last perfecti were said to have hidden their treasure before the pyres consumed them, Kingston and Deborah found not a chest, but a niche carved into the living rock. Inside was a simple alabaster jar, sealed with wax, and beside it, a letter addressed to Kingston in Griffin's precise hand. The letter explained everything. The testament was not a single document. It was a meme, an idea, passed down through stories, art, and coded texts. Its core was simple, devastatingly so. The divine is not a personage, but a potential state of human consciousness, achievable through empathy, reason, and the transcendence of fear. The miracles were metaphors. The resurrection was allegorical, the rebirth of this understanding in each generation. The Church, in its infancy, had chosen the path of literal power over this subtle truth. The custodians were not its enemies, but its most loyal, tragic guardians, perpetuating a beautiful lie to preserve social order and hope. Griffin had realized that in the modern age, the lie was more dangerous than the truth. He had planned his own death as the final clue, knowing it would ignite a hunt that would force the secret into the open. Jared was his unwitting tool. The orders from Clyde were fabrications Griffin himself had planted. The entire chase had been Griffin's masterpiece, his own inverse lamentation, a sacrifice to spark a revelation. On the windswept peak, holding the empty jar that symbolized a truth that could never be contained, Kingston understood. He was not the solver of the mystery. He was its intended product. Griffin had chosen him for his rationality, his reputation, knowing Kingston would need irrefutable proof. He had chosen Deborah for her skill and her personal stake, ensuring perseverance. They had been pieces on Griffin's board, moved with the precision of a grand master. Deborah wept, tears of rage and loss for the man who had used his own life as a cipher. Kingston felt no triumph, only a vast, silent weight. He looked at the jar, then at the rising sun painting the Pyrenees in blood and gold. He thought of the scratch on the chair arm, that first, silent scream of Griffin's plan. He had followed a path of brilliant, manipulative light, only to find himself standing in the shadow of a friend's monstrous, loving sacrifice. They returned to the world. They published nothing. The police closed the case. Jared would serve his time, a martyr to a cause that never truly existed. The men in Rome watched, and slowly, their vigilance relaxed. Years later, Kingston stands in his own study at Cambridge, the gray English light falling on a shelf of books. Among them sits a simple alabaster jar. He is writing a lecture on the symbolism of emptiness in medieval art. His words are measured, scholarly, calm. But sometimes, in the quiet of the evening, he will pause and look at that jar. He sees not an ancient relic, but a mirror. In its blank surface, he sees the face of the scholar who solved the greatest puzzle of his life, only to discover he was a character in another man's story. He sees the man who holds a truth that could change the world, and chooses every single day to let it sit silently on a shelf, not out of fear of the powerful, but out of a newfound, grim understanding of the cost of light, and the terrifying love inherent in the preservation of shadows. He nods, a silent acknowledgement to the ghost in the machine, to his own complicity in the great and terrible silence. The mystery was solved. The crime was understood, and the world in its blessed, ignorant peace spun on, exactly as Griffin Vane and Alastair Kingston had willed it to. The scratch on the chair arm, he realized now, had been the first word of Griffin's final manuscript. A deliberate, violent mark left not by a killer's tension, but by Griffin's own signet ring, pressed and dragged against the wood in his final moments to ensure it was noticed by the one man he knew would see it as a glyph. It was the author's signature. Deborah never spoke to him again after Montségur. Her grief solidified into a permanent cold anger. She had wanted a murderer to punish, a conspiracy to dismantle. She had not wanted to learn that her beloved godfather was the architect of his own execution, that her grief was a necessary component in his design. Kingston received a single letter from her, a year later, postmarked from Geneva. It contained only a photograph of a newborn child, a girl, with no note. He understood it as both a farewell and a message. Here is something real, something untainted by ancient games. He framed the photograph and placed it on the shelf beside the jar. His work changed. His scholarship, once sharp and daring, became meticulous, definitive, and ultimately safe. He wrote the books expected of him. He attended the conferences. He became a pillar of his field, a man revered for his caution as much as his insight. The wild, symbolic connections he once chased now felt like a dangerous fever. He saw patterns everywhere, of course. He could not switch off that part of his mind, but he had learned to dismiss them as paranoia, the ghost of Griffin's conspiracy haunting his synapses. The invitation, when it came, was for a symposium on heresy and narrative at the Sorbonne. It was a polite, formal thing, but the listed keynote speaker was a Monsignor from the Vatican's archival department, a man Kingston recognized from that quiet office in Rome. The topic was a clear, gentle probe, an invitation back into the fold, or a test of his continued silence. He went. He gave his lecture on emptiness. He was brilliant, oblique, and utterly unrevealing. The Monsignor, a man named Veretti, approached him afterward at the reception. They spoke of benign topics, the weather, the state of archival preservation. As they parted, Veretti placed a hand on Kingston's arm, his touch light but cold. "You look tired, Professor," he said, his eyes soft with something that might have been genuine compassion. "The weight of unsaid things is the heaviest of all. It is a burden we share. You have carried it with admirable fortitude." It was both a threat and an absolution. That night, in his hotel room overlooking the Seine, Kingston did not sleep. He stood at the window, watching the lights of the city, the same city that had once been a living puzzle. He thought of the jar in his study, of the empty space it represented. He thought of Deborah's child, who would be starting school now. He thought of Griffin, who had loved humanity enough to die for a truth he knew they could not be given. A truth, Kingston now understood, that was incomplete. Griffin's revelation on Montségur was itself a layer of the mystery, the final, elegant twist. But what if it was not the last page? What if Griffin, the master of layered deception, had anticipated Kingston's conclusion, his acceptance of the burden? The jar was empty, but the letter had been placed beside it. The letter he had read 100 times. He had always focused on its words, its devastating confession. He had never considered the paper itself. He returned to Cambridge on the first flight. He went straight to his study, ignoring the mail, the messages. With trembling hands, he took the letter from its acid-free folder. He held it to the light, then to the heat of a lamp. Nothing. He examined the watermark, a common linen weave. He was about to dismiss his sudden, late-in-life surge of fancy when his thumb, rubbing the edge of the paper in frustration, caught a faint, uneven thickness. Very carefully, with a scalpel from his drafting set, he slit the edge of the paper he had treated as a sacred relic for years. Inside the fold, Hidden within the seeming seam was a sliver of parchment no wider than a matchstick. On it, in Griffin's microscopic hand, was a single line, not in code, but in plain, ancient Greek. It was a quote from Heraclitus, one Kingston knew by heart. "The waking have one world in common. Sleepers have each a private world." But Griffin had altered it. A single word was changed. "The waking have one world in common. The awakened have each a private world." Below it, Griffin had added a final, simple sentence. "The jar is not for what was taken, Alistair. It is for what you must now put in." Kingston sank into his chair, the sliver of parchment lying on his palm like a shard of bone. The emptiness was not an end. It was an invitation. The testament was not a preserved artifact, but a living, evolving understanding, passed from one awakened mind to another. Griffin had not given him a truth to bury. He had given him a vessel to fill. The conspiracy of silence was not the conclusion. It was the first necessary step. The real work, the private, solitary work of building a new world within the shell of the old, was only now beginning. He looked from the parchment to the alabaster jar, glowing softly in the twilight. And for the first time since Montsegur, he did not feel the weight of a keeper. He felt the terrifying, exhilarating lightness of an author. The story, it seemed, was his to continue. The silence in the study was no longer oppressive. It was charged, like the air before a lightning strike. He looked at the jar, then at the photograph of Deborah's daughter. The child's face, once a symbol of a separate, purer reality, now seemed part of the same intricate text. Griffin had reached beyond the grave, not to manipulate, but to initiate. He had forced Kingston to walk the path of the mystery, to feel its cost, to choose silence, all as a preparation, to make him understand the gravity of the blank page before handing him the pen. The altered Heraclitus fragment was the key. The awakened were not a collective. They were individuals who had perceived the underlying truth, and in doing so had stepped out of the common narrative. Their responsibility was not to preach, but to build, to construct private worlds of meaning based on empathy and reason. Worlds that could, through subtle influence, through art, through action, gradually alter the fabric of the common one. The church's lie was a monolithic structure. The truth was a diaspora of insights. Griffin's sacrifice had been the catalyst, the violent punctuation that broke Kingston's old world. The years of silence were the necessary incubation. And now, this was the summons. But how does one fill such a jar? With what? It was not a physical container. It was a metaphor for a life's work. Kingston's scholarship, his influence, his very being became the vessel. The lecture on emptiness had been his final performance as the old Alistair Kingston. The man who stepped away from the window in Paris was someone new, someone tasked with a quiet, relentless creation. He began subtly, a shifted emphasis in a seminar here, a carefully chosen thesis topic for a brilliant, skeptical student there. He wrote a paper on the generative power of silence in mystical traditions, which was hailed as a profound work of contemplative scholarship. It was also a manual, hidden in plain sight. He funded small, discreet grants for researchers, exploring the history of cognitive liberty. He never spoke of Griffin, or the custodians, or Montsegur. He simply started to build, brick by intellectual brick, a small, sturdy world within the walls of his own existence. He thought often of Deborah. Her anger was justified. She had been used as a tool, her love weaponized. He wondered if Griffin had left a similar sliver of parchment for her, hidden somewhere in the life he knew she would build. Perhaps her child was her jar. He hoped so. He sent a small, anonymous donation to a genealogy archive in Geneva each year on the child's birthday. Years turned. The Monsignor Veretti passed away. The old cardinals retired. The custodians, satisfied with Kingston's decades of quietude, likely considered the matter closed. The world spun on, through crises and wonders. Its common narrative growing louder, more fragmented, more desperate. One afternoon, an old student visited, now a respected historian herself. She spoke of her current work on the dissemination of radical ideas in the pre-digital age. It's like they weren't trying to win, she mused, sipping her tea. They were just trying to plant seeds in the most unlikely soil, trusting the idea itself to find the right conditions to grow. Sometimes generations later. Kingston, now gray and leaning on a cane, smiled and nodded toward his shelf. Like an empty jar, he said. It's only useless if you think it must be filled by the one who made it. Its purpose is to await the hand that knows what to put inside. The student glanced at the alabaster vessel, then back at her mentor's calm, deep eyes. She didn't understand, not fully, but she filed the comment away as one of his interesting eccentricities. After she left, Kingston stood before the shelf. He took down the jar. It felt lighter than ever. He no longer saw Griffin's ghost in its surface. He saw the reflection of his own lined face, and behind it, the countless books of a life's work. He had filled it, not with a single explosive truth, but with a lifetime of careful, deliberate, awakening thought. He had built his private world, and in doing so, had gently, imperceptibly, altered the common one. He placed the jar back. It was no longer a sacred relic or a burdensome secret. It was just a jar. His work was done. The next sentence, he thought, was for someone else to write. He sat at his desk, the afternoon sun warm on his hands, and felt a profound and simple peace. The story had continued, and it had been enough. The peace held for 3 days. On the 4th morning, a package arrived at his college lodgings. It was a flat, rectangular parcel, wrapped in plain brown paper, with no return address. The postmark was Geneva. His heart, that old traitorous muscle, gave a single hard thump against his ribs. He carried the package into his study, placed it on the desk beside the now ordinary jar, and sat for a long time simply looking at it. The handwriting on the address was not Deborah's. It was a formal, impersonal script. With careful fingers, he untied the string and peeled back the paper. Inside was a book, bound in worn green leather. It was a first edition of Thomas More's Utopia. He opened the cover. On the front end paper, in Griffin Vane's unmistakable hand, was an inscription. For D, who asks the best questions. Remember, the map is not the territory. G. This was Deborah's book, a gift from her godfather. Why send it to him now, after all these years? He began to turn the pages slowly. The text was clean, unmarked, but as he neared the middle, a sheet of modern notepaper fluttered out. It was a letter, written in the same formal script as the address. Professor Kingston, my mother passed away last month. Her instructions were specific. This book was to be sent to you upon her death. She said you would understand the reason. She also said to tell you that she finally read the letter hidden in the spine. She said it changed nothing and everything. She named her daughter Alethea. Sincerely, Alethea Vane. Kingston sat back, the name echoing in the silent room. Alethea, Greek for truth, or more precisely, for unconcealment. Deborah had named her daughter Truth. His hands went to the green volume again, his fingers probing the spine. It was stiff, but along the top, the glue had cracked with age. Using a letter opener, he gently widened the gap. There, nestled deep within, was another slip of parchment, identical to the one he had found years before. He drew it out. The microscopic writing was Griffin's final message, not to him, but to Deborah. It was just 2 words, a single devastating command in that same ancient Greek. Teda iele. Know thyself. Deborah had lived with that, had died with that. She had sent him the book and her daughter's name as her own final ambiguous testament. A passing of the burden, a declaration of forgiveness, an accusation that he had known himself too well and acted too little. He would never know. But as he looked from the book to the jar, he understood that his peace had been premature. The story was never his alone to continue. It was a relay. Griffin had passed it to him. He had, without fully realizing it, passed a version of it to his students, to the careful shape of his life. And Deborah, in her anger and her love, had passed it back, a hotter, sharper, and more painful baton. Alethea Vane. Truth. The child in the photograph was a woman now. Did she know? Did she have the jar, or the book, or some other fragment of the testament? He placed Griffin's final slip of parchment beside the first one in the alabaster jar. The vessel was no longer empty. It now contained the seeds of two different awakenings, his and Deborah's, side by side. It was a beginning of a collection. He picked up a pen and a fresh sheet of paper. He did not write about emptiness. He began, for the first time, to write his own testament. Not a revelation, but a guide. A map of the territory he had explored, not to lead anyone to a destination, but to show them how to navigate their own private world. He would leave it in the jar for the next hand that opened it. The afternoon light faded. The old professor wrote on, the scratch of his pen the only sound in the room. A quiet, steady answer to the long-ago scratch on a chair arm that had started it all. The mystery was not solved. It was being lived over and over in the silent, stubborn, and awakening hearts of those who chose to look. The world spun on in common and in secret. And that was enough. He wrote for weeks, the pages accumulating in a neat stack beside the jar. It was not an autobiography, nor a confession. It was a series of meditations on silence, on sacrifice, on the architecture of private worlds. He wrote about the weight of unsaid things, and the freedom found within that weight. He wrote about love that manifests as a terrible, protective lie. He addressed it to no one, and to anyone. He titled it simply, The Awakened. When it was finished, he folded the pages and sealed them in a plain envelope. He did not place them in the jar. Instead, he slipped them between the pages of the green utopia, beside the ghost of Griffin's note to Deborah. The book, he decided, was the true vessel. It was a map of a non-existent place, a perfect container for a guide to building a world within the world. He then wrote a second, shorter letter. This one was addressed to Alethea Vane, care of the Geneva postbox. He thanked her for the book. He told her it had arrived safely, and that her mother had been right. He did understand. He offered no explanations, made no claims. He simply wrote, "Should you ever wish to discuss the works of Thomas More, or any other matter, my door is always open." He signed it with his name, nothing more. He posted the letter the next day, a tiny signal flare sent into the unknown. He had no expectation of a reply. The act of sending it was the point, a thread cast across the years, connecting his silent study to the life of the woman named Truth. The seasons turned. Cambridge endured a bitter winter, then a sudden, glorious spring. Kingston's health, long robust, began a slow and subtle decline. It was his heart, the doctor said. Nothing to be done but rest. He rested in his study, surrounded by his books, the jar and the green volume side by side on the shelf, watching it. One rainy Tuesday in May, his housekeeper brought him a cup of tea and a single cream-colored envelope. The handwriting was the same formal script from the package. Geneva. His hands were less steady now. He opened it carefully. Professor Kingston, thank you for your letter. I will be in Cambridge next month for a conference on Renaissance humanism. I would be pleased to take you up on your offer, if it still stands. I have read your later work, particularly The Generative Power of Silence. My mother had a copy, heavily annotated. I have the book, of course, and the jar. Sincerely, Alethea Vane. Kingston read the lines again and again. I have the jar. Not a jar. The jar. Deborah had kept one too. Of course she had. Her anger had not been the whole of her story. It was the furnace in which her own private world had been forged. She had filled her vessel, and she had passed it on. He looked out at the rain-drenched garden, a smile touching his lips. It was not a smile of triumph or of solved puzzles. It was the smile of a man who sees, at the end of a very long road, that the path does not end with him. The relay continued. The awakened were not alone. They were a scattered, silent constellation, each burning with a private light. He finished his tea. Then he took a fresh sheet of paper. He had one more thing to write, a postscript for the pages in the Green Book. He would title it for Alethea. It would contain only a few lines, the final piece of the map he had drawn. He would tell her that the greatest act of creation is not in the building of a world, but in the trusting pass of the tools to the next set of hands. He would tell her that the mystery is not a problem to be solved, but a conversation to be continued, in whatever language the awakened heart can speak. The rain eased. A weak sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the alabaster jar on the shelf. It glowed, not with the cold light of a relic, but with the warm, diffuse light of a shared secret, a story perpetually being told, a testament written in lives, not ink. And Alastair Kingston, the keeper who became an author, picked up his pen to write the last sentence he would ever contribute, a sentence that was, in truth, a welcome. The sentence was simple. The conversation awaits you. He placed it with the other pages in Utopia. Then he waited. She arrived on a Thursday afternoon. He heard the doorbell, then the low murmur of voices in the hall. He had asked his housekeeper to show her straight in. He remained in his chair by the window, wanting to see her properly, to see Deborah in her, and Griffin, and the truth she was named for. The door opened. She was tall, with her mother's dark hair, but her eyes were Griffin's, a pale, penetrating gray that missed nothing. She carried a leather satchel. Her gaze went to him, then swept the room, lingering for the briefest moment on the shelf where the green spine of Utopia sat beside the alabaster jar. A recognition, utterly calm. "Professor Kingston," she said. Her voice was lower than he'd imagined, with a slight, unplaceable accent. "Miss Vane, please sit. Would you like tea?" "Thank you, no." She sat in the chair opposite him, placing the satchel at her feet. She did not fidget. She was entirely present, a contained and formidable quiet in the room. "You look like your photograph," she said. "The one from my mother's things. Older, of course." "And you look like your name," he replied. A faint smile. A heavy gift that one spends a lifetime growing into it. She looked directly at him. "She told me very little. And then at the end, she told me everything. It was not a confession. It was an orientation." Kingston nodded. "She was angry with me, rightly so." "She was," Alethea agreed. "But she also understood your choice. Eventually, she called it the necessary silence. She said you were building something, and that loud truths would have shattered the foundation." She paused. "She built something too. For me, it was a different structure, built on a different kind of truth. More personal. Less scholarly." "And the jar?" Kingston asked. The question he had carried for weeks finally voiced. From her satchel, she drew out a small bundle wrapped in black velvet. She unfolded it on the low table between them. It was not alabaster, but a deep, smoky obsidian, veined with threads of silver. It was the negative of his own. "She kept it on her desk," Alethea said. "When I was a child, I thought it was for holding pens. Later, I understood it was for holding questions. The questions no one else would ask. Did she put anything in it? Only one thing. Alethea reached into the obsidian vessel and removed a single dried sprig of rosemary. For remembrance, she said softly, and for clarity. She met his eyes again. She said you had the other half, the white jar. For the answers one must grow for oneself. Kingston felt a surge of emotion so profound it threatened to unmake him. Deborah had understood completely. She had not forgiven him, perhaps, but she had comprehended the design. They had been two scribes, working in separate rooms on different parts of the same infinite text. "I have something for you," he said, his voice rough. He gestured to the shelf. "The green book. It belongs to you now. There are some additional pages inside. A postscript." She rose and fetched it, her fingers tracing the spine with a scholar's reverence. She did not open it then. She simply held it. "And your jar?" she asked. "Empty again," he said. "It served its purpose. It held the idea until the idea could walk on its own. It is just a jar now." Alethea nodded, as if this was the expected answer. She placed the book carefully into her satchel beside the obsidian jar. "The conference ends tomorrow, but I have extended my stay. I would like to talk more, not about the past, but about the territory, your map." "There is no map," he said, repeating Griffin's old words. "Only the territory." Then she said, "I would like to see the territory through your eyes." For a little while, he looked at this woman, this living testament, and felt the final piece of his own burden dissolve. The relay was not just continuing. It was deepening, evolving. He was not just passing a baton. He was gaining a colleague, a fellow cartographer of the unseen. "Tomorrow, then," he said, "we shall begin." After she left, the study felt different. Not empty, but expanded. The silence was no longer his alone. It was a shared space, waiting to be filled with a new kind of conversation. He looked at the empty alabaster jar, then out the window at the gathering dusk. Somewhere in the city, Alethea Vane was opening a green book, beginning to read. The story was not his. It was not Griffin's or Deborah's. It was theirs. And it was, at last, just beginning. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation, and to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.